Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the June 22nd, 2010 City Council Work Study Session. Have a roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Not yet. No. The first order of business will be to administer the oath of office to our newly appointed Councilwoman Nelson. And our City Clerk, Carolyn Jagger, will be performing the swearing-in. Please come forward.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Mark Nelson, do solemnly swear.
I, Mark Nelson, do solemnly swear
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution and laws of the State of Arizona.
and the Constitution and the laws of the State of Arizona,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
And defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
And that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of Councilwoman
the duties of the office of Councilwoman
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Welcome, Councilwoman Nelson. This is as a swearing in this afternoon follows on the appointment of Martin Nelson to complete her husband's term to January of 2011. And through that appointment process and with the completion of the swearing in, she takes a seat on our council with us that period of time. Again, welcome, Mark. Now we will have a roll call, please.
Mayor Jim Lane.
Present.
Vice Mayor Suzanne Clapp.
Here.
Council members Lisa Borowski.
Here.
Wayne Ecton.
Present.
Bob Littlefield.
Here.
Ron McCullough.
Present.
Mark Nelson. Here. City Manager David Rickert.
Here.
City Attorney Bruce Washburn.
Here.
City Clerk Carolyn Jagger.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to speak at tonight's, now this is for the work study session, we have cards for written comment, or rather cards to speak in white. Carolyn Jagger's holding those up, and if you'd like to just write some comments down that we will read, the yellow card is for that purpose, and they will be read by the council during the proceedings. We have Scottsdale Police Officers Dave Schur and Tom Cleary here with us this afternoon for if there's any need for their assistance, they're there for us. The areas behind the council dais are for staff and council members only. There are restrooms over here to my left under the restroom sign, and they're there for your convenience. In the study session, we have one item, and that item is the employee leave policies. And I believe we have Mr. Ken Nemec, Benefits Manager, to speak to us about the current situation and information to discuss. Mr. Nemec.
Mayor, in March, Mayor and members of the council, in March you asked us to come back with a presentation on leaves and total compensation, and we have done that. We've also presented made this presentation to the Budget Commission, and we'll be bringing you that presentation in addition to some of the recommendations and suggestions that came from the Budget Commission. So Mr. Nemec will be providing you with that presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Nice to be here again this evening. When we last talked in March, we were bringing advancing medical plan rates and medical plan changes, and there was some discussion that night and also in the Budget Committee at around the same period of time that each year we come to you and we're kind of looking at medical rates, dental rates, and just costs of medical care. And we haven't in the recent future chatted with you about all of the other kinds of benefits, total compensation, compensation, leave policies, and all of the other sorts of benefits that the city offers its employees. So we've taken the time to put together this presentation tonight that gets a more broad-based look at employee leave policies in particular and other benefit plans. And also in the package that we sent you a week or so ago, we put together a nice little report that kind of summarized all of those different benefits and gave some code references and information about how they work and also costs of some of those kind of things. Also, I want to point out that this presentation this evening is really meant to start a discussion on these various leave and compensation plans. There are no specific proposals or recommendations being made tonight. This presentation was made to the Budget Review Committee on May 27th, and at the end of the presentation I'll share with you some of the comments of the Budget Committee. But what we want to do is start a dialogue, explain to you what the benefit programs are, and chat a little bit about where we go in the future and ask for some direction from you. Here again is the presentation overview, an overview of the city's total compensation plan, a discussion of the city's leave policies, leave being annual vacation, paid holidays, and medical leave, and how they compare with other Valley cities. Chat a little bit about something that's a little bit new called a PTO, a paid time off model. That's a little bit different of a model than what the city uses. And also talk a little bit about policy issues and considerations as we move forward. When we talk about total compensation, these are the kinds of things that are included when we talk about total compensation. On the left of this slide are the payroll-related items running from salary to comp time. On the right are more benefit-related items, uniform allowance down to special pay and premium. And of course, the big ticket items on the right side are medical, dental, pension, and Social Security benefits. This pretty much takes care of all of the different comp and pay items. Probably a few things missing, some small things missing, like car allowance that applies to only a few people. And really, not everybody gets all of these different things, but these are all of the different items that could be included in comp and benefits. This presentation will focus really on the three asterisk items there, vacation, sick leave, and holiday pay. Again, talk about what the city's benefits are, how they work, and how they really compare to other Valley cities. Here's a little pie chart of the city's total compensation costs for this fiscal year, as projected through the end of this fiscal year. Total comp and benefit costs being about $207 million, 76% of total compensation being wages and salary, and about 24% of total comp being benefits. And then again on the bottom right we see the large components of benefits costs being health benefits, retirement benefits, and FICA benefits. And I might point out, too, that the things that we're talking about this evening or focusing on this evening, the leave benefits are built into the wage and salary benefits in the 76% total. Also, this is a pretty nice point to step back a second from this slide and talk a little bit about just some demographics, tell you a little bit about who we are today. The average City of Scottsdale employee today is 43.2 years old and has 8.8 years of service. Just pretty interestingly, in January 2009, the average age was 44.2 with 9.6 years of service. So as the year went by, we've actually reduced our age in service by about a year. That's kind of a trick I'd like to do, when I go home tonight, to find a way to lose a year. But that's how the demographics have changed over the past year. Also, about 31% of Scottsdale employees live inside the city. And another important number to remember is that the average salary, average total salary divided by number of employees is right at $60,000 a year, salary plus benefits.
Are these statistics that are they giving us? Do you have a graphic for them?
No, I don't have those on a graphic.
Okay, that would be helpful if you could provide that when we're finished.
Sure.
Thank you.
The next pie chart here is really focusing just on wage and salary costs for fiscal year 9-10 year-to-date through April 28th. And here we're showing, as far as wage and salary is concerned, 82% of wage and salary is regular wages, and 6% vacation, 4% holiday, 3% medical. So I guess in other words, vacation, holiday, and medical leave are about 13% of wage and salary. And if we also look at vacation, holiday, and medical leave as part of total compensation, it's about 10% of total compensation. So again, we're talking about the whole total compensation bucket, and 10% of total compensation are the three large leaves that we administer: vacation, medical, and holiday. Another important point to think about is the effect of the leaves that we're discussing this evening on pension calculations and pension accruals. And for those in the ASRS system that began work prior to January 1st, 1984, the pension calculation for those employees includes payouts, lump sum payouts such as vacation, medical leave, and retirement incentives that were paid at the time of retirement. That's for those that began in the ASRS system before 1984. Around 1984, ASRS changed their system so that those that started after 1984, pension calculations do not include those lump sum payments such as vacation, medical leave, and retirement incentives.
Excuse me, Mr. Nemec, we do have a question, might be on this issue. Councilman Littlefield.
All right, is that something we have any control over, or is that an ARS-only policy?
The ASRS allows those to be included in the pension calculation if they're paid out at the time of retirement.
All right, but is that something where we could say we don't want that in there, or is that something that they, do we have any discretion on that issue is what I'm saying?
I don't believe we had a say-so on that issue. The regulations call for payment of those, inclusion of those three things. And
okay.
I know we've had chats about this, and if there's some other provisions that are out there, we weren't aware of them at the time.
Mr. Nemec, the understanding is if it's pre- or post-retirement date, that there was a difference in the way those were added into the pension benefit. Are you saying you're not aware of that?
We were not aware of that, yes. And going on here, approximately 40 current employees remain with the city that are pre-1984 retirees. So out of the 2,500 current employees, only 40 are in that pre-1984 group. And also under the public safety system, those lump sum payouts are not figured into the pension calculations. That was not an issue for public safety individuals.
Mr. Nemec, I'm sorry. Number one, we're going over the benefits. Are we going through the incentive retirement program at the same time and those decisions that were made, or is this to cover the benefits as they exist today?
This is benefits as they exist today for leave policies. And the purpose of this slide is to kind of tie in the leaves with how they're affected by pensions.
Okay, because if we were to be talking about the other, there are I think some points of differences with regard to the communication and the availability of information as to pre-retirement date versus post-retirement date, as has been documented internally. So I just don't want that left to be unsaid. at this point. But if we want to continue with the benefits program, let's continue, please.
I also want to point out that, we've talked a few times about ASRS and public safety and, the status of those, the funding of those pension plans. And we're starting to see some of the public pension plans throughout the country making other kinds of changes to the pension plans. And, in fact, ASRS has made some changes that will be effective January 1st of 2011. Most significant of those is that a year from now, the current normal retirement is based on 80 points, or one of the normal retirement criteria is based on 80 points, age in service equaling 80. And beginning for those hired on or after July 1st, 2011, that 80 becomes 85. So for new hires after a year from now, normal retirement is 5 more points. And also, the current pension calculation is based on highest 36 months of salary for within a 60-month period. And that's going to go to the highest 60 months in a 120-month period. 36 and 120 months. They'll change to 60 over 120 months. So the new formula will be taking in more months and probably more lower paid months. So that new law will affect people for normal retirement vesting purposes and also pension calculation purposes.
Mr. Demmett, if I could, just for my own clarification on that, you're saying that's going to 60 over 120 months, meaning 60 of the highest paid months within the 120-month period?
That's correct. It's currently the highest 36 of 120 months, and it'll go to the highest 60 of 120 months. So it's encompassing a greater number of months.
But it is allowing still for 60 of the highest paying months within that period of time?
Yes. And that would actually include 24 lower paid months than under the current formula, so it's going to tend to reduce the pension calculation a bit.
Thank you. Councilman McCullough?
Yeah. Is another change in that we're going to change the maximum retirement that a person is eligible for?
Monthly pension payment?
No. The maximum, I believe now the maximum retirement that you can receive is 80% of that in that formula?
Yes.
Does one of the changes going into effect increase from 80% of that period of time, the income from that period of time, to raise that?
I do not believe that's changed, Councilman. Okay. I have not seen that as one of the changes that's coming up.
Thank you.
If I might, some confusion around the fact that it changed from 80 points to 85 points. Mm-hmm. You're referring to the number of points for retirement.
That's correct.
At that level, yeah. I don't know whether that was the
issue. I appreciate that, Mayor. That's not what I was talking about. I know what you're talking about when you talk about the rule of 80 is changed to the rule of 85. That's the combination of years of service and age.
And age, that's correct.
Okay. I'm talking about the maximum retirement, I believe, was 80% of the last 3 years, which now becomes the last 5 years, or the highest 3 years of the highest 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what the question I had is, has that now changed to a higher number? Has the ratio gone above 80%?
No.
Okay.
Councilman,
thank you.
I have not seen any change to that effect.
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the city's vacation plan. And the city, under the city's vacation plan, annual hours are earned based on years of service, from 5 to 15, and there's the annual hours earned, 120 to 160. And on the right column there is the maximum carryover on January 1st of each year. So for an employee with up to 5 years of service, that employee accrues 120 hours of vacation per year, vacation per year, and could carry over no more than 240 hours into the next year and on down the line. And with the average employee having about 8 years of service, the annual hours earned is 144 hours, and the maximum hours carry over to the next year is 288 hours for that average employee. Also, as far as usage of vacation, 144 might be the average hours accrued, but on average, employees used about 118 hours per year last year. Here's how we compare with the other Valley cities, Chandler all the way down through Tempe. And we have new employee hours, new employee carryover, veteran employee hours accrued, and veteran employee carryover. And on the new employee hours earned, 120, we're a little bit on the high end of vacation for new employees. But moving over toward veteran employees, where we have 160 hours for the veteran employees, we're pretty much in the middle on the veteran piece. And if we add the new employee 120 and add to that the veteran employee 160 hours, put them together, Scottsdale against all of the other cities, we're kind of the third or fourth best out of the 8. So we're sort of slightly above, better than the norm as far as vacation when you count those two things together. Paid holidays, a paid holiday comparison, City of Scottsdale has 10 paid holidays, and well, the other cities are at 10 or 11 or 12, so we're really right in the ballpark as far as paid holidays are concerned. Annual medical leave and carryover, really all of the cities other than Phoenix are at 96 hours a year medical leave accrual per year. And when we look at the 96 hours accrued, city employees use about 62 hours of those 96 hours per year. So that's about 12 days off is accrued, 8 days off on average per employee is used. And, but you have to remember, 8 days off on average sounds like quite a bit, but that 8 days off per year also includes those those that are fairly sick or have pretty serious conditions and are off a month or 6 weeks or up to 3 months or so. So it's not just 8 days a year for sick days. It's the 1 or 2 sick days plus the more serious injuries and absences. We also want to talk a little bit about medical leave balances. And current medical leave, again, our average years of service is about 8. But the average medical leave balance for employees is now at about 340 hours per employee. And there's about 1,700 employees with less than 500 hours of medical leave balances, and there are up to 31 employees that have over 1,500 hours of medical leave balances and 8 with over 2,000 hours of medical leave balances. All of the cities also have some sort of a medical leave conversion payout or retirement health savings payout at the time of retirement. And this kind of shows what the various cities do with medical leave conversion at the time of retirement. Scottsdale is one of the 2 cities that pays 100% payout at the time of retirement. Gilbert and Scottsdale are at 100%. The others are at 50 or 20% value of the hours at the time of retirement. But also need to take a look at some of those cities actually pay off unused medical leave at the time of termination, which the City of Scottsdale doesn't. For example, City of Gilbert pays 50% on medical leave balances at termination if over 10 years of service. So they're constantly paying out medical leave balances if people just quit to find a different job. And we don't do that. And the bottom bullets there kind of talk a little bit about I suppose some of the theory behind why the medical leave plan was determined the way it was. The 100% payout incentive was really an incentive that, when the program was built, for employees to use their medical leave benefit wisely. Also, cities other than Peoria do offer medical care benefits to retirees, and some of them offer benefits to retirees beyond the age of 65. And even though, the city's paying off at 100% into retirement health savings at the time of retirement, we did make the change last year to eliminate retiree health care for those that retire after June 30th, 2012. I think to this point, what we've kind of learned in this exercise is that the total compensation, pay, and benefits, are really kind of a delicate exercise. Certainly have to have an eye on the costs of all of these programs and what the effect is to city costs. But at the same time, need to keep an eye on competitiveness and being sure that we're competitive and in the ballpark with all of the other cities. And I think when we looked at these leave benefits, we found that all of the cities do offer a fairly comparable leave and vacation and holiday policies. Sometimes a little bit different, but I think that all in all, the city of Scottsdale is pretty much in the ballpark with the other cities that we compare ourselves to. Also, we did a little bit of compensation surveying around this time, and looking at several different job categories for 6 or 8 different cities. We found ourselves to be kind of right in the middle as far as pay and compensation is concerned too. So I think really the overall result of this exercise is that we're really fairly comparable for the most part with the cities that we compare ourselves to. When we chatted with the Budget Commission a little bit earlier, they had raised some questions about why do we compare ourselves with these cities, and why didn't we compare ourselves with some private sector companies or private sector industries. And I think the answer to that is really these are the employers that we most compete with for young employees and for maintaining our current employee levels. And I think it's much more meaningful to compare ourselves against other public sector employers such as these cities than it is other private employers.
Mr. Nemec, could I ask just a sort of a administrative question? It doesn't go to the competition or the differences between these cities or even how they apply it, but how do we record use or non-use of this benefit as it goes through the years, and most specifically to supervising management and otherwise? How is this determined, whether it's used or not? I'm not, Mayor, members of council, I'm not quite sure I understood you, but... All right, well then, let me say it another way then. When as someone working here in the city of Scottsdale, if I am out sick, who determines that I record that day as a sick day and use some of that medical leave time or not? I mean, is it an honor system? Is it reviewed, checked, tabulated on a weekly, monthly, annual basis as to how many days someone was out sick, how much of the use of this was, or is it entirely left to the individual?
Well, the individual fills out a timesheet, an electronic timesheet, and fills in the time as medical time, vacation time, whatever the case might be. So the employee makes the first step to, after, of course, calling in sick, for that day, the employee fills in the timesheet with medical leave time. It's approved by the supervisor, and then the department head sees those things. So the supervisor, verifies that the timesheet is filled in correctly. That runs through the payroll system, so the 8 hours of medical leave that's taken through the payroll system is deducted from...
Okay, so the answer to the question, though, is that the employee fills out the form, and their supervisor then verifies that they were and took, in the case that we're talking about here, took sick time.
That's
and
correct.
It gets credited against an account that's being accumulated for them in accounting through payroll.
That's correct, Mayor.
That's being covered.
Yes.
Okay. If it's the supervisor himself, is there a regular chain of command that would require that somebody else authorize?
Yes, that's correct.
And document it?
Mayor, that's correct. It would be that the supervisor's manager or the department head, the executive director, someone up the chain from that supervisor would be responsible for that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And under, and to go a little bit further, even under the city's FMLA and medical leave administration, employees that are gone at least 3 days need to file a claim or need to file paperwork with the benefit department, to kind of being sure that that the absences are excused and they're getting proper treatment for those absences. So we do have some controls in place on both ends.
Okay. We made a change last year, and we changed it from the accumulation of this medical leave time being banked here at the city to be used to be paid at the employer's or the previous employer's option to be used to be paid for medical coverage, the city's medical coverage. A change was initiated at that point in time. Instead of having it banked here to be used for that medical coverage, which they had within 1 year they needed to file to use it, and at the age of 65 it went away, and frankly at any point in time they could stop using it if they chose to, and that money would have stayed here. The change ended up taking whatever the accumulation hours and the 8 individuals who had 2,000 hours at roughly the equivalent of 1 year's pay, putting it into an account, actually transferring it to them, an ownership of a medical savings account. And the justification and the analysis that was given to us at the time indicated that because of removing these older potential claimants on the medical plan from the city's plan and giving the money to them to buy health care elsewhere was going to save the city some $14 million over 50 years in claimants' fees. And at the same time, that was what was indicated, that we would have those savings, and after some indication of request of time, it was 50 years was indicated. It also indicated, and I think in the conversations we had with you yourself, that at 30%, somehow or other, at 30% participation in this program, we would be at break even. What are we at in the way of participation right now?
It's about Mayor, members of council, about 7 or 8% at this point.
So are we still on the downside? Is there some way, if in fact everything that's been told to us to this point in time is true, that the savings offset whatever we would have gained by keeping the money here and divvying it out for our medical program? If that is the case, and if 30% was the break-even point, we're not even ahead of the game as far as that's concerned. It just hasn't. Is there some way to motivate participation? And one thing that I understood, and maybe I'll just ask the question, and that is that there is a date where you can no longer make this change. And I don't know what that date is right now off the top of my head. You may know what that date is. What about moving that date up?
That date, I think that you're referring to, Mayor, is the June 30th, 2012 date. Where,
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's the date that employees must retire by June 30th, 2012 in order to be eligible for city's retirement plan benefits. So if the 30% isn't attained by that date, then certainly it would be attained after that date, as those are no longer eligible for the plan. And
what is so magical about that date? Why don't we make it much more?
That date was really chosen after really talking about other kinds of dates and what was a fair date to use to try to give long-term employees some advance notice and some advance warning of really a kind of a culture shift in not providing health care to retirees. And I'm not sure there's a magic to that date other than the feeling that gave employees a fair warning of a pretty big change.
So about a little over 3 years.
It was about 3.5 years at that point.
Okay, thank you.
This is the kind of a different way to look at time off that I mentioned a little bit earlier. This is called PTO, Paid Time Off Program, and it is not very prevalent in the public sector, more prevalent in the private sector, and it really kind of uses one bank of time off, PTO, personal time off, rather than multiple banks such as we have with separate vacation and medical leave. So it's about it's used by about 1/3 of generally private employers, and it combines all medical leave into one bank. And for example, if an employer has a plan that provides 3 weeks of vacation, 10 holidays, and 12 medical leave days, that might convert to a PTO program that offers 37 days off per year. And under this kind of a program, the employee designates a day off, and without needing to claim it as a medical day or as a vacation day. And it's a little bit less bookkeeping, probably for the employer, but could end up with the same number of days, all in all. There's really only one local municipality that we found with a paid time off program, and it's in Surprise. And this is just a little bit about how it works. It ranges from 168 hours of paid time off per year for new employees to 248 hours of paid time off for those with 10 or more years of service. Kind of a downside to paid time off, at least this particular model, is that everybody gets 80 hours allocated as of any July 1st, and the rest of the hours are allocated throughout the year. And looking at the fourth bullet there, or the fifth bullet, any unused PTO is paid to employees at the time of separation. So I think kind of a negative to this kind of a program is that it does pay off all unused PTO at the time of separation. So anyone separating, for example, on July 2nd would be paid out that 80 hours that's allocated July 1st automatically. So this is going to be paying off hours, unused hours, much to people that terminate that we don't do now under our current program. This is, again, kind of an alternative, would be a larger culture change, a much bigger change than just doing some other smaller things.
Mr. Nemec, do we, at the present time, medical leave, particularly with the accumulations as they can develop, do we allow them to be used for other than strictly personal medical issues?
The current medical leave can be used up to 5 days a year for medical care for care of someone in your household. So it's your medical leave plus up to 5 days a year to care for someone in your household. But that's
okay.
So, and that's in.
I'm sorry?
That's in the regulations and in the administrative rulings for the leave policies. But there's really no flip-flopping between different buckets.
No, when you're saying there's no flip-flopping, there's a designated 5 days per year, and somebody's keeping track of that accrual.
That's correct, yes. That's
versus just the overall medical leave accrual
yes,
as
Mayor.
well.
Yeah. That's in that same process where you have to designate on your timesheet each pay period.
In as much as, well then, if someone takes medical leave or takes time off for care of another family member or otherwise, it specifically is indicated to go against this 5 days and can't exceed the 5 days.
That's correct.
So there's also now a control that if in fact they do that, they're docked the time?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Yeah, that's carefully monitored through the payroll system and through the time reporting sheets.
Thank you. Councilman Littlefield.
I'm curious as to why this slide is up here. Is somebody suggesting that we adopt this program?
Mayor, members of council, there was some interest on the part of particularly the Budget Commission to look at this as an alternative for the city. Being that this is a little bit more prevalent in the private sector, this is what some of the Budget Commission members have in their employment, and wondered why, or if we've considered looking at something like this. And we hadn't until this point. These are several of the kind of policy issues that, as we were putting the presentation together, really kind of thought about and really wanted to chat with you about this evening. Certainly the question, the first question that comes up is that should there be a limit on medical leave carryover at retirement? Should there or shouldn't be? Some of the cities, some of the employers do, and we don't. Should carryover hours be reduced by a percentage before conversion? You know, should we pay off at all hours or pay off at half of hours or some other number? Should medical leave hours be converted at the current pay or should at some other value, historical value during the employee's life cycle? How do we deal with transition issues if we do make changes to the leave programs? What are the overall administration and time costs? We certainly need to keep an eye on the payroll system and being able to administer whatever kind of a program that's developed and keep all of the hours and keep all of the buckets under control. And what are the other productivity and manpower issues that come along with any kinds of changes in the program? Further, as we think about whether or not changes need to be made or should be made to any of the leave programs, there are some legal concerns, and certainly changes to these leave programs can be made prospectively to new employees, such as we talked about the Arizona State Retirement System making changes to employees that start after July 1st of 2011. But it's a little bit more complicated to change leave programs or accrued benefits for current employees, and one kind of a gray area is that we're really not sure, without a little bit more research and legal research, whether or not we can do something like put medical leave conversion maximums in for current employees. For example, put a cap in that would apply to me at my retirement. So that's a little bit more unclear as to whether those kind of changes can be made for current employees, but that'll take some further work to do. We also wanted to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Nemec? Mm-hmm. On that second bullet point, city cannot change leave policies for existing employees, but existing employees could be given an option to participate. Well, an option to participate in anything that might be a reduction would be a meaningless move. But you're saying we cannot change leave policies for existing employees. Now, are we talking about we cannot change what has already been done in the sense of a retroactive change? Or are we talking about we can't change the policy moving forward for anybody who's existing under the policy right now?
We would not be able to change current accruals for sure. But and it's
you mean past accruals?
Past accruals, yeah. What's been accrued to this point? But it's unclear as to whether or not we can put a cap in for existing employees. For example, if I had 400 hours and we on average have 400 hours, could we put a cap in at 1,000 or 600 hours for current employees that are working toward that maximum? That we don't know at this point. That would take further research.
Mr. Washburn, do you have any clearer understanding of that right now? Obviously, rather retroactive is not in the picture. It's not even thought of. You can't change anything that's already been earned and accrued. But as far as changing a policy, as far as a cap is concerned, is that somehow then well, let me just ask the question. I guess I'm wondering if that has some retroactive effect or not.
Mayor, members of the council, I agree completely with Mr. Nemec that it's a gray area that requires further research. That research is being done at this time, and I hope to be able to provide you with legal advice on that issue in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Littlefield.
All right, because I think there's two questions here. One would be the question of if an employee has accrued a certain amount of hours up to this time, could we take that away? But the other question is for a current employee, if we change the policy about how it's accrued in the future, it should be legal for us to do that. Would that not be true?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Littlefield, again, it's a gray area, and I don't want to try and give you a definitive answer to that question at this time, but we're working on getting you the best answer we can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Washburn. Thank you, Mr. Nemec.
And as I mentioned earlier, we had it's kind of small. We had taken this presentation to the Budget Review Commission, and this was kind of a summary of what they asked us to do that evening. They asked us what the staff's recommendation was for caps on both medical leave and vacation leave. What is the staff recommendation on payout, and would the city be better off using an average life cycle salary rather than a specific end of employment salary? The Commission asked that vacation and medical leave be reconsidered in light of the economy and suggested that one possible solution would be to have a base number of vacation hours with addition of hours up to 3 weeks each year. Remembering on that third bullet that new employees start at 3 weeks, the Commission thought that perhaps new employees should start at 2 weeks and work up to 3 weeks after a certain amount of time. And the Commission also mentioned that they felt that 13 weeks, 520 hours was a fair cap on medical leave carryover. So these are items that they asked us to take a look at on May 27th, and we responded, that we're going to continue the discussion with Council this evening, and then, kind of combine recommendations and direction we get from both groups.
Once again, could we get a copy of that?
Oh, if we don't already have that, yes, if we could, please. Sorry, I didn't see you. Did you request? Ron, are you? I don't know. Is it part of, Mr. Nemec, is that part of our council report?
No, it isn't.
Okay,
but
we do need,
is.
yes, we do need to get copies of
Absolutely.
that.
And I could get it up here if you had some questions or other comments you wanted to make.
You might leave it there for the time being, but are you completed?
I'm completed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to take any further questions that you might have about the presentation.
We do have one request to speak on the subject, so if you could stand by for just a moment, I'm going to go ahead and ask Chad Anderson to come forward, and if he's still here. Yes, there he is. Mr. Anderson.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for the time to speak in front of you. I will not spend a lot of time speaking this afternoon, but that does not lessen the importance of the subject matter. The policies that were presented this afternoon are of great importance to our city employees. I would urge caution and restraint in changing these policies, whether today or in the future. As city employees, we have weathered quite a storm in the last few years. Pay and benefit reductions have been the watchword of the day. Employee paychecks have been reduced. Benefits have been taken away. I'm not here today to ask for or bargain for increased benefits. I'm here to urge the maintenance of the current benefit levels. Pendulums swing, wrongs are righted, and better days will return to the city of Scottsdale. I believe those days are closer than some may say. I would sure hate to see us fall behind in an effort to bring us more in line with the other Valley cities. Blending in has never been a Scottsdale trait. We like to be unique, as some may put it. Again, I ask for restraint and changes to these policies. Employees are watching. They are looking to see what faith you have in them by your actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. That completes public comment on it. We do have some questions here from the dais, though, Mr. Nemec, and I'm presuming some be directed to you. Councilman Ecton.
Thank you. I'm just trying to clarify what you're expecting us to do today. I assume you're looking for direction from the council how to move ahead, whether we want you to take some action or whether we want to leave benefits the way they are. Is that what you're looking for?
Mayor, members of council, yes, we would like some direction from you on where we go from here.
Okay. Just a general comment related to that. I would be it would be very difficult for me to select any individual benefit that I would want you to look into. So I find it very hard to answer the question directly, but I'd like to hear what other council members have to say before I talk about it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ecton. Councilman McCullough.
Thanks, Mayor. One other benefit that occurs to me is I believe we have a $4,000 per employee per year education benefit.
Yes. Yes, we do, Mayor.
Are there any other benefits like that one that haven't been accounted for here in itemizing the benefits that our employees have?
The Mayor, members of council, again, this presentation was kind of geared toward the leave programs. And with the packets that we gave you, along with the copy of this last week, there was a thicker report that had many more things, such as the car allowances and moving allowances, tuition assistance, 457 plan, savings plan. So it is kind of in the report, the verbal report that we passed along to you. And we can be sure you have that if it's...
In a 457 plan, is that a matching plan?
No, it's not. The 457 plan is an employee-only contribution plan.
Okay. Well, I would like to see those benefits as well, and if they're in this 6 inches of paper that you gave me, I didn't find it. So is that what you're suggesting, that somewhere in here that was included in this report?
It was attached to this report, yes. But we will be sure to get you another copy of it.
Well,
it's in a letter. It's in a letter form. It's a letter to mayor and members of council. So we'll get you another copy of that.
All right.
If you can't find it.
Well, I think I would agree with Councilman Ecton's thought on this. I'm not, at least I guess I should be careful not to put words in his mouth, but I would like, you got a recommendation here from the Budget Review Commission, and they're asking you to make a recommendation. Is your recommendation that we keep the benefit plan as is?
Well, we weren't coming here with that recommendation other than to see where you were on this subject this evening. So, well, we're not making any recommendations this evening.
I can tell you that without pinpointing them, I would support the idea of revisiting and reducing a vacation allowance and the carryover. It always troubled me to see if the vacation was intended to kind of revitalize someone to go back to work and do a better job and maintain his health. When you get several hundreds of carryover hours combined with a buyback package, and it makes you wonder if it's not being used to restore one's energy for the job. What is the purpose? And the same would be true of the paid medical leave, the annual medical leave in here. There again, huge accumulations, and I would. My recommendation would be to put a cap on it. I'm not exactly sure where I'd put the cap, but one of the statements on your graphic here is 100% payout is incentive to use leave wisely. It seems to me that 100% payout is an incentive not to use your medical leave, but to accumulate it and have it paid in what has been pointed out in one of your graphics at your highest pay level. So there again, I would suggest a cap on that. I'd have to think about this surprise model, the paid time off, the consolidated paid time off model, but I tend to think it has merit as well, except for in regard to holidays. I think you have to close the office for holiday purposes as a matter of practicality for everyone. But I would like to see some more conservative approach, and number one, I'd start with caps, and the caps would be on buybacks for vacation, accumulation of vacation, the same for medical leave, and the same would be true in regard to as it relates to the retirement health savings plan. So there are some thoughts on it. If we all give, Mayor, if we all give some thoughts on this, maybe they can come back with some recommendations after they've heard from us and the Budget Committee, and we can visit the issue again. Is that kind of?
Well, typically, and that is how we've handled it, Councilman, and that's that we are giving this input for guidance, but there can come a point after some conversations, if we want to assemble it into a motion, we can possibly do that to clarify and confirm our agreement with that guidance. But we'll have some further conversation on it as developing. Vice Mayor Clapp.
Councilman McCullough covered several of the things that I take away from this. I think the Budget Commission asked some very good questions that need to be answered by the staff. I think they're good questions, so if you're asking us if we want you to answer those questions, I would say yes, you should come back to us with some recommendations, as well as the concept of vacation hours for new employees. I think really should be visited. I'm really not aware of, maybe in the public sector this is obviously more prevalent. In the private sector, I'm not aware of very many companies that give more than 2 weeks vacation to new employees. And I think we've got a pretty liberal policy of up to 5 years you get 3 weeks vacation, and then it goes up from there. So I'm not saying we need to change the vacation policy necessarily for existing people, but anyone new coming in, we should be looking at that, as well as the suggestion here about the capping of medical leave and vacation leave. I don't like the PTO plan personally. I think it just makes all the benefits melt into one day you take off, and who cares what the reason is. I mean, I just find that to be too nebulous for me. I believe that people lose sight of why they even have a day off if they've just got a pot of days and they can take them for whatever it is. So if we offer vacation days and we offer medical days off, then I still think we need to account for them rather than putting them all into one pot of days that are available. It's just my personal opinion. I wouldn't like to do it in business because I think that people need to understand what their benefits are, and when they have a day that they're taking away, what that benefit is, if it's a vacation day or a medical leave day. And I think other than that, I would just reiterate that the items that are up here that the Budget Commission has recommended, I think are good recommendations that we need to pursue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Littlefield.
Well, I think we need to change the way we're going about this. In private industry, and it's supposed to work that way here too, the whole idea of a pay and benefits plan is to pay your employees enough to be competitive and to attract good employees without paying too much, because then the taxpayers or the shareholders, and if you were talking about a private company, would pay too much. Now, one of the problems with the current compensation plan we have, and you have to look at everything. You have to look at salary, you have to look at vacation, health insurance, all of these items here. You have to look at the whole package. And I think part of the problem that we've got here is that our benefits and pay structure has evolved over the years bit by bit. And I don't think we've ever taken a comprehensive look at this to decide what we need to do. And what I hear up here is the last thing I want is for the council to be picking and choosing on these items. And also, quite frankly, I don't think it's fair to ask you guys to do that either. The esteemed now permanent city manager made an interesting comment in the audit committee meeting yesterday in which he pointed out that one of the ways that the retirement incentive plan went awry was that we had the people designing it who were going to benefit from it. So I think this is an area where we ought to take a comprehensive look at our entire pay package, everything, salary, benefits, medical, retirement, all of that. And much as I don't normally like to spend money on outsiders, I think this is somewhere where we ought to, rather than try to manipulate the plan up here, I don't think any of us are compensation experts. Rather than us come up here and say, well, I think you ought to cap it at this, or maybe we should do that, or something like this, I think we need to have somebody who is independent and expert in this area take a look at our entire benefits package, and see, or pay and benefits package, and see if it's still accomplishing the goal, which is to remain competitive, pay people enough that we're getting good people, without doing in the taxpayers who end up paying the bill. And so I think the idea of having us up here pick and choose out of this is not necessarily a good plan. In fact, it's probably a bad plan. And it's probably also unfair to ask you to nibble around the edges of this thing, too. If we're in a new financial reality, which I believe we are, this is going to be an issue from now until well beyond when all of us up here are gone. And I think we need to take a comprehensive look at this, and if we need to make some changes, maybe we need to, if we want this thing to remain fair and yet financially sustainable, I think maybe we need to look at that.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. You know, I do think there's a comprehensive look that needs to take place here, but we did ask you all to come back and, frankly, for the Budget Review Commission to review this as well. And I think we were thinking at the time, and certainly I think it was right thinking, that this has been piecemealed together and has grown in significant amounts, not only in the way of caps, but also in the way of the accumulation on an annual basis for a number of these things. If you were to add up all of the potential time off, you've got substantial amount of downtime as far as an employee is concerned. I'm concerned a little bit with something that, but in agreement, something that Councilman McCullough said, and that was the fact that when we look at vacation time and medical leave time, there are reasons for that kind of accumulation of a benefit, and it specifically goes to medical leave time, for just exactly as it says. And are we trying to encourage people to take leave when they are ill, not to be coming to work and infecting the entire organization, or are we trying to encourage them to accumulate this, which will ultimately be paid out at the highest cost, or I should say the highest return of any salary they've obtained, and then be put on to their pension to the benefit of that, which increases the cost of the city and the taxpayers again, and has the unintended consequence of really having another bonus to not using your leave time as it was by design put into place. In a lot of organizations, vacation time is another one that's not accrued, and it's certainly capped if it's capped at all, and that's simply because you do want somebody to take their vacation. You want them to, whether it's refresh, renew, or get off the job so somebody else can take a look at it while they're gone. So I think I think we've got to really assess this, and personally, I don't know that I think it's necessary for us to spend outside money on this. I think there are some objective thoughts that we could put to this and some direction, some of which I just enunciated there too. I think that even the idea that we accrue and ultimately pay out at not the accrued rate, but at the final rate of somebody's rate of pay. As we've noted in the last retirement incentive program, huge amounts of money paid out at the highest rate of pay when it was accumulated and earned at much lesser rates and at different time. So both vacation and, if we're going to accumulate it, which a lot of organizations simply don't, and if we're not going to cap it, then we really ought to be looking at it being accrued at the very least at the rate it was earned. It just doesn't seem we add a bonus upon a bonus, and we've seen a number of those kinds of things happening, which is a little bit distressing. I still trust the management in this organization to be able to look at this critically. That's what their assigned jobs are. Human Resources is trained in that area. That is one of their areas of specialty. If we were to end up hiring a consultant, it would probably be a recently unemployed friend who's in the business. I mean, so we really were probably just as well to be looking at this ourselves. And that's the direction we gave. And I think the intent was to take a critical look at this and see that we're not costing the city taxpayers more than is necessary. As far as the recommendations that were forwarded to us, I do agree that there's some kind of cap ought to be taken place, and as I said, I do think that these amounts should be accrued at the rate that they were earned. One basic and really completely relevant point is determining what of this can be done at all that would affect either current employees or new employees and how that would come down. There's no way for us to even quantify whether this has any benefit or difference to the city if we can't have a serious legal and financial analysis of what the impact would be if these things were changed. So my direction would be, number one, to get some real clarification on that and how it would apply, and then some quantification if in fact we were either to establish caps, and the other would be is whether or not we're accruing at the rate that these things are earned rather than at the rate that they ultimately are paid out. And I'm very concerned because I know from our conversation earlier that there seems to be some real confusion as to whether or not I think at the present time in post-84 employees, it probably is that every benefit that is paid over at the time of retirement ends up getting grossed up onto that last year's salary and therefore affects the overall pension benefit significantly, which is a significant additional cost to the city at that point in time. If that can't be separated for the post-84 employees, then that's something we have to at least consider when we're talking about the overall cost of this. We don't seem to think about that until which time as it comes about. But that's I think, a significant factor. And one other item that I brought up, and it's really just sort of tangentially connected to this, and that's what I was mentioning before with regard to the date of the transfer, or the option to have city coverage changes to the new plan, which is supposed to have saved us $14.5 million over 50 years to move to the health retirement fund. So my thinking on it at this point in time, I do think it's something we can direct and we should move on within. Councilman Ecton.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with the Mayor. I don't think we need an outside consultant. I think that would be a waste of money. I feel that rather than the council give direction on each specific element, that's kind of helter-skelter kind of an approach on the thing. I think we first do need the legal issues resolved so that our people, our staff knows what the rules really are. That has to be done. But what if we gave instead staff direction to take a serious look at this with some direction, and I'll come back to what that direction might be by asking the city manager and the city treasurer, 1% reduction in salaries and benefits means how much money to us in a year based upon today's salaries and benefits?
I think Councilman Ecton, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, the number is roughly $2 million. And I think that's the same number Ken or the city manager would tell you for each 1%.
Well, I would think that one of our goals and objectives is that we don't have to have layoffs and we don't have to reduce services. And if it comes down to where layoffs are in jeopardy, services are in jeopardy, we should agree that potentially we ought to have a plan. Doesn't mean we put it in action, but how do we save large amounts of money that could eventually come as a result of the economy and the changes in the economy and the fact that it doesn't improve as fast as we would like to see it improve. So I think one of the, you can't really expect the staff to have come forward with some recommendations without some guidelines about what we expect to happen. They're just not going to do it. And I think top executives in any company, they go to their human resources group and they say, quite frankly, we need to reduce salaries and benefits. Now, what would be a good plan? What would be an approach to take to make that happen if we really need to do it? And I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that I'm in favor of that, but I'm thinking about the future and what we might be compelled to do in order to save money rather than use contingencies, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we should concentrate more on that type of an approach than just directing you to look at specific things and to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Acton. Councilman McCullough.
Thanks, Mayor. Do you have a number that indicates the approximate number or cost of annual buybacks of vacation time?
I don't, council members of, mayor, members of council, I don't have that number handy. Is anybody?
Do you,
No.
do you,
I don't know that number.
tell us what the policy is, if you would, Ken. How much vacation can somebody sell in any given year? So our human resources director have that information?
We have it handy.
Laverne, do you have that?
Your question relative to buyback, vacation buyback?
Yeah. First of all, what is our policy on an annual basis? How much vacation can an employee sell back to the city?
Employees have been employed for 10 or more years and who have used at least 80 hours of vacation during the calendar year may trade up to 40 hours of vacation for cash.
Okay. But they have to have been here 10 years?
They have to have been here 10-plus years.
Okay.
And they must have used at least 40 hours within that calendar year.
And then they can sell back 40?
That's correct.
And
Okay.
Mayor, members of council, clarification is we haven't offered that program since 2008, 2009. So that's a decision we make annually as to whether to offer that program.
Okay. Was that decision not to buy back hours from employees influenced by a policy that allowed them to roll more hours, to carry more hours forward?
I don't think so.
Mayor, members of council, I believe that decision was really made for economic purposes, not paying out that cash.
I can understand that. So the question remains: if you didn't buy the hours back, did you allow them to roll more hours forward?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Well, I agree with the comment earlier that this, having some outsider look at this, sounds an awful lot like hiring a consultant. And we have a lot of accumulated information. I would take issue with the comment that was made earlier that Scottsdale's in the middle of this. You made it when you were talking about medical leave conversion. Scottsdale pays 100% of the retirement health saving into the retirement health savings plan of medical leave accumulated over 300 hours. Tempe 50%, Phoenix 25%, Peoria 50%, Mesa 50%, Glendale 33.33%. Gilbert's the only other city that matches us, and Chandler is at 50%. So I would urge you to reconsider that that position that we're in the middle here. I don't think we're in the middle, and I don't think we need, at least for the first cut at this, to have anybody else take a look at it. I think if you take a look at these things, talk a little bit with our chief financial officer about the financial implications to making these changes. I think that at least on the first cut, you know kind of what we're talking about here, and it's driven partly by the fact that we're interested enough to have agendized this. You know what the tone of the conversation was when you presented this information to the Citizens Budget Review Committee, and you know how we stack up. Why don't you see what you can save without compromising the quality of employees that we have? Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a correction on the vacation buyback. I believe I said that the employee would have had to use 40 hours within the calendar year. They would have had to use 80 hours within the calendar year in order to be eligible to buy back.
That's actually when we employ that program, which we have not used since 2008-9.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Councilwoman Borowski.
Thank you. In the audit committee meeting yesterday, City Manager Mr. Rickert made the recommendation that a subcommittee of the council would be better suited to do a review of a future, if there was one, retirement incentive program. And so I think that does make sense. I believe that Councilman Littlefield, I don't think it's a bad idea to have an outside consultant do it, but it may not be necessary. I think that a subcommittee of the council to really go through and parse the benefits, because there's, this is overwhelming, obviously, to do from the dais, try to massage and change the benefits program around. But it seems to me that even the audit subcommittee would be a good one to work with both the benefits department, the financial officer's department, and the city attorney's office to go through and find out what can be done. And I think there's a real need to reduce the benefits where possible and to keep, I think we have very, very generous benefits here. I mean, so surprising when you contrast it to the private sector. So if we're going to move in a direction, my curiosity was piqued with the PTO program that Surprise has. I don't know enough about it to really be for or against it at this time, but I will say it's more in keeping with the private sector's approach to benefits, not to micromanage, if it's a vacation day or a 6 day or what have you. You get 10 days paid time off and you use it as you see fit. And I think that approach is widely used in private sector, and I think it seems to make sense. I don't think that it's, for my purposes, being new to public sector benefits, I don't think it's the best approach to go ahead and compare to other cities. It's kind of like incentives, it's a slippery slope. As every city increases their benefits, do we really need to be in that same boat? Also, I think we pay really well based on the salaries that I know about. I think we do pay competitively. So to continue to do the upmanship on the benefits doesn't really make sense. So I think everyone's set up here that we could probably afford to be a little leaner on the benefits, especially with respect to the vacation and the buyout programs that we offer. But that's my idea with the subcommittee of the council, to go ahead and parse through this globally and carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Borowski. Councilman Littlefield.
Well, nibbling around the edges of the problem and taking a little bit here, a little bit here, and looking at individual pieces of the plan in isolation is exactly how we got ourselves into this spot in the first place. There's two things up here that supposedly everybody agrees to. One is that employee compensation is the biggest part of our general fund budget. Not only the majority, but the vast majority, all right? The second thing is supposedly all of us up here all have agreed at one point or another that we're in a new economic reality. For the first 50 years, Scottsdale had increasing tax revenues. We could afford to do pretty much anything. Then all of a sudden, we had a downturn. I hope Chet's right. I hope things are moving up, but I would say that many economists would disagree. I think most of the public wants us to take this opportunity to look at anything that has to do with the city budget, and certainly the biggest part of it, and take a comprehensive look at it and not just do business as usual. If we just say, okay, we had a couple bad years, so we'll hunker down for those bad years, and then as soon as things start going up again, we're going to do what we did before, I don't think so. I don't think that's what the public wants us to do. I think this is the opportunity for us to take a look at this entire plan and see what makes sense and what doesn't. For instance, here's a couple of questions. In the past, the idea always was, well, okay, for comparable jobs, we wouldn't pay people who work for the city the same amount as they would get in private industry, but they'd have more job security. That hasn't worked out exactly the way that planned. And we also said, well, maybe we'll give them better pension benefits. Or we're going to have different rules for firefighters and police. All that, Councilman McCullough has many, many times up here made the point that the Arizona State retirement system is underfunded and getting more underfunded by the day. All right, what are we going to do about that? We got to do something. We can't just sit here with our heads in the sand. We got to think about these things. All right, we can't just push it off to the future. There is no better time than now to take a look at our entire compensation plan and see whether or not it's doing what it's supposed to do, and whether it's doing what it's supposed to do while protecting the taxpayers' money. That's what we should be doing. I'm no big fan of outside consultants. I've probably voted against more of that than anybody else. But it's unfair to ask the staff to basically do that when they're on the receiving end of that. It's unfair to do that because it puts them in a compromising position. That's what's wrong with that idea. It's also unfair to ask the Budget Review Commission to do it because it's a lot of work. And in fact, basically what they gave us, instead of recommendations, was more questions, which doesn't surprise me. I don't think we should expect them to do that. And I certainly don't like the idea of us up here nibbling at the edges again. Now, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on employee compensation and benefits every year. We're already in the tank on retirement, and we're sinking lower. It's getting worse every year. If we don't, and the economy is not getting better. I hope you're right, but it ain't looking too good. So the bottom line is if there was ever a time to take a comprehensive look at our entire compensation plan and decide what makes sense and what doesn't and what's financially sustainable, right? Everybody loves the word sustainability. Well, what's sustainable, not just what's going to happen next year, but what's going to happen over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, now is the time to do it. All right? What was that joke about not letting a good crisis go to waste? Now's the time. While we're in this financial situation, we ought to be looking at our entire way that we pay people, our benefits, rather than just sort of nibbling here and there. Well, I think we ought to cap this, or maybe we ought to play a little bit with that. That's not how you do it. That's what not what we should be doing. We'll just end up 3, 4, or 5 years from now with the same problem, and those of us on this council will just be passing them off to the next council. Well, I'm sorry, that's not leadership, that's politics. We need to take a comprehensive look at our entire program on which we spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year and figure out what works. Are the assumptions of the past still good? Because I guarantee you, we never, this entire plan was never comprehensively designed. And I know that because I've been here for 8 years and I've watched you. We get a little piece here, we get a little piece there, we change this, we change that. That's not the way to do planning. If there was ever a time to comprehensively look at the entire way that we pay and compensate employees, what's fair to the employees and to the taxpayers, now would be the time.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. Councilman Ecton.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't believe the subcommittee is appropriate in this case. Staff has all the information. Staff knows how to do all the research. Council members can add nothing to that process except to ask staff to go do things and to go through that process. The entire council needs to be informed at the same time. There is no need for a subcommittee to be looking at that. staff has the ability to do everything Councilman Littlefield mentioned. I have all the trust and confidence that they can do that. Most salary systems that I'm familiar with, working in corporate America, has been that there are adjustments made to salary benefit schedules piecemeal. I've never been involved in a situation where we just throw something out and start all over again. The only place I've seen that happen is working in a subsidiary company of Alcoa, where Alcoa just purchased that subsidiary. It was very appropriate to come in and take a look at the whole system and try to design it. But in an ongoing corporation, that's not a normal thing to do. So I think the direction we need to give is very clear in my mind, and that is to ask staff first to ask the legal department first to help identify the legal issues and get resolution, and then ask them to go take a look at it with the thought in mind that some reductions might be necessary, and we need a plan to be ready to use in case we need to go in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Acton. I think there's consensus to the fact that we need a comprehensive plan on salaries and compensation and benefits, and I think that we are capable of doing it. I think I'm hearing a couple things. One, taking it over to the audit subcommittee or the audit committee, which I think would be actually a reasonable way to go. I think the staff is trained and should be bringing forward with it, keeping in mind what we're faced with. An outside consultant who's going to be presented with some kind of scope or some kind of consideration is going to have to be brought up to speed on what's of interest and why we're here where we are. And maybe they know it intrinsically, I don't know. But I think that if we have the staff study this issue in its entirety, compensation, I've the understanding that we have a compensation plan underway with the auditor's office right now. If that's not so, maybe that's something that can be incorporated within it. But looking at the benefits plan, to make sure, I think it's been set up here, that we still stay competitive, but we keep in mind what this means to us and what kind of impact we might have in potential savings and still protecting the labor force and our competitiveness within the workforce. One of the things that we're doing within this, and was mentioned before, and it's one of the problems that brings down the defined benefit pension plans, and that's that you're paying out on a basis, I know it's an average, but you're paying out on the highest years of compensations. And so you're paying in on many years of lower service years of compensation and paying out benefits on the basis of, as we have it, the average of, if it's 5 months, 60 months, 5 years or 60 months, or however it is determined right now. So we've got to take real care to be looking at that we're accumulating our benefits as they're going to be paid out in the same manner in which they were earned. I think it's an important element. But if I could speak for the group, at least from what I'm hearing right now, I think the directions we're really looking to have is to have staff take a look at this in a comprehensive way, understanding what's at risk. The economy is not necessarily on an upturn. It's certainly not going to go to the point of where we were a couple of years ago. And we're also faced in 2011-12 with an already acknowledged $26 million deficit that we're working to close. So whatever we can do to contribute to that without doing some damage to the workforce and, frankly, to services and other elements that are important to this community, I think we have to bear that in mind as we're going through this. But staff working with the audit committee, I think, is a reasonable way to go. It's not in any way denying this full council. We're struggling right now, Councilman, in trying to determine what we want to pick and choose or what we want to approach. I think a calculated way of coming forward with some recommendations, a little bit of what we've got here from the Budget Commission and from the staff, presenting that to the audit committee in a form where they can study and consider what the impacts are, I think is a reasonable way to go. But there is one very, very important aspect, and that is legally what will have impact and what won't, so that we're not barking up a tree that's not going to get us anything. I don't know whether that's clear enough to the staff or not. We do have one more, it looks like one more question or comment, but
Thank you, Mayor. We do understand the direction, and we'll begin the process of taking a comprehensive look. Staff will, and we'll set up a time to bring back to the Audit Committee in a timely way, probably not all at one time, but as we go along to let you know what our progress is.
very
Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
One of the things that I do bring to the table, I've been through one of these processes. It's been a number of years ago where they did comprehensively look at, and it was ideal to have the staff and outside influences to it. That doesn't mean that we can't get advice from others, but not necessarily have to go out and hire a consultant to do it. Mr. Broshburn also indicated that probably in the next 30 days to 45 days we should have the legal matter resolved. We can convey that to you, and then from there take our lead and direction on your advice this evening, and we'll probably be back sometime in the fall, October-ish, 1st to 15th time frame. And if that would work, I think we can accomplish that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rickard, the 1st or 15th time frame of
October.
I see, I didn't quite catch that. That sounds like a reasonable additional information that we might be able to bring to the table as far as this is concerned. I would only want to say one final thing on this. We do have a deficit that we have forecasted for 2011-12, and we need to be taking these steps. And this may be one of them that may contribute to it or not. Well, I think we need to study the issue, but that was the intent from the beginning, is to take a look at this and make sure that it's making sense and when it's all added up. Councilman McCullough.
The problems that we're trying to deal with today are really an expensive and painful lesson of I hesitate to say this, but I guess I'm going to say mismanagement, but of using pensions and benefits instead of salaries to compensate people. You can't reverse it. You don't realize that today, when you do it, when you promise benefits that you don't have to realize today, you're laying it off on the next generation of councils and taxpayers. So keep in mind as we try to work out of this solution. I know that the pension part of it is a different element of it, but this is why it makes sense to pay people well and pay them on salaries. And then at the end of the year, when you close your books, you know that you've fulfilled your obligation to your staff as well, and that the taxpayers aren't going to be left hanging on the hook for another generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Councilman Littlefield.
Well, the comment that Councilman McCullough made just goes directly to the point I made earlier about how we ought to be looking at this. You know, it drives people crazy when we do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. We have a problem. And Councilman McCullough is correct. In the past, the idea was that we substituted for salaries things like pension benefits, time off, extra vacation, all that sort of thing. That was a bad strategy. So why would we continue to do the same thing over and over again? As the mayor pointed out, we barely got the budget balanced for next year. We don't have the budget balanced for the years after that. Not for any of the 5. We have the budget balanced for 1 out of the 5. All right? How is it fair to the employees to say, you know, guys, you're on the edge here. We might have to dump some of you here next year or the year after that because our plan wasn't sustainable. Now, I kind of hate the word sustainability in some sense because it's become a buzzword, but it really applies here. It's pretty clear that our current compensation plan, and you have, and Councilman McCullough is right, you have to look at all of it: salaries, benefits, medical, leave. It's all part of the global package. It's not sustainable. Our pension plan, the state's pension plan, of which we're a part, gets less and less. It gets more and more underfunded almost every day. All right, we don't have our budget balanced for the years beyond next year, and the biggest part of that budget is what? Employee costs. If we don't take this opportunity to look at how things are, and if we just pass this problem off to future councils, that's wrong. We should take this opportunity now to take a look at everything: salaries, medical leave, medical benefits, pensions. Let's look at it and make it sustainable over the long run, because right now it's not, and we know that. And if we walk out of here with an unsustainable compensation plan, that's just, that's unconscionable in my mind.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. Well, I think we've got the information and direction, I'm presuming, from the confirmation I received from Laverne. Mr. Demick, the one item that was brought up very early in this conversation, I just want to stress it. If there are other items that cost the city and the city's taxpayers money in the benefit plans on any line, whether they're used extensively or lightly, but they're offered and available, we'd want to be looking at those too. From what I understand, and I would almost look for confirmation on this, that there are no deferred compensation plans that are outside of the charter officers. And if there are, that would be certainly something we would want to know about.
Yes, Mayor, Council, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, the information, and the conversation. And I hope we can move forward with this then. Well, we are, that was the only item on the study session, so I would have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
And seconded. We are adjourned. We're going to take about 15 minutes. So we'll be back, according to that clock, if it's currently right, about 10 of 6. So we'll just take a short break, and we'll be back for the regular meeting. And pardon us all for the delay and the length of time we've taken here. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the June 22nd, 2010 City Council meeting. A little bit of a late start. It's just about 5 minutes to 6. Could I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Jim Lane.
Present.
Vice Mayor Suzanne Clapp.
Here.
Council members Lisa Borowski.
Here.
Wayne Acton.
Present.
Bob Littlefield. Ron McCullough.
Present.
Mark Nelson.
Present.
City Manager David Rickert.
Here.
City Attorney Bruce Nelson. I'm sorry, Bruce Washburn.
Here.
City Treasurer David Smith.
Here.
City Clerk Carolyn Jagger. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to speak on any of the points or items in today's agenda, there are white cards to fill out here. The city clerk is holding them up over her head to my right. And if you'd like to just write some written comments on a yellow card for do just the same, that we'll read through the process of the proceedings tonight. We have Scottsdale Police Officers Dave Schur and Tom Cleary over here to my left to assist you in any way that you may need. And the areas behind the council dais are reserved for the council and for staff. And the restrooms are provided over here on the left under that clearly marked restroom sign for your convenience. By virtue of the fact that we ran a little late in our study session, my apologies and the council's apologies for that and this late start on this meeting. We did lose our Explorer Scout Troop 908. They had another appointment. But we do have an Eagle Scout here, sitting right here to my left, and he's going to lead us in the pledge, if that's all right. Councilor Littlefield.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Do I have to tell you what my favorite subject in school is?
Go ahead if you must.
Okay.
I see that we do have a city manager report. Mr. Rickard.
Yes, just a brief one. Tomorrow, the city will roll out a free community energy audit program that leverages $230,000 in federal stimulus funds to offer energy audits to eligible Scottsdale citizens who have a residence or small business south of Indian Bend Road. Program participants will receive a written report that identifies potential improvements that they can make to save energy and money. The program will also identify federal incentive programs that may be available to pay for these improvements. Program requirements and applications will be available tomorrow on the city's website, scottsdaleaz.gov, or calling the Office of Environmental Initiatives at 480-312-4309. We're proud to have this going on in our community, so thanks.
Thank you, City Manager Rickard. I'd like to take another opportunity to welcome our new Councilwoman Marg Nelson to the dais. She was sworn in just before our study session just an hour or so ago. It's very good to see you, have you seated here with us. You know, as I'm sure you're aware, we had a bad situation with the wildland fire, what has now been dubbed the Patriot Fire. It was an accidental fire that started next to a city-contracted construction site and then quickly spread into the foothills of the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve. This was a well-coordinated and supported major fire incident that had the very real potential of being much more serious. So I'd like to give special thanks and needs to go to our internal and external partners, including the McDowell-Sonoran Preserve staff and the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy stewards, who helped us effectively address and contain the potentially devastating fire. This illustrates once again how easy it is to light the flash fuels that are present in and around the preserve and residents in the northern parts of our community. Take the time to follow the fire department guidelines for defensible space, which gives our firefighters crews a better chance of attacking and containing future wildland fires in our community. If you have any questions, certainly call Jim Ford, the fire department, about those programs, and also be cognizant and aware that we are entering into, as we always do, a hot and dry summer, and there are different levels of combustible materials in any use of cigarettes or any kind of tool or otherwise that might give us a problem with potential fires. Next item of business is the approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of May 18th, 2010 and the special meeting minutes of June 3rd, 2010?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. There is no comments or corrections. I think we're ready then to vote. All those in favor of the minutes as moved, please indicate by aye and register your vote. Aye. Nay and register your vote if you oppose.
Aye.
Aye.
Those minutes have been approved unanimously, 7-0. Okay, we have a public comment time. I'll just make mention of it. The fact is, there is a time we can speak toward non-agendized items, the maximum of 3 minutes with a maximum of 5 individuals. So there will be another chance for public comment at the end of our meeting. but there are no public comment cards at the present time. Okay, the next item is our consent items, 1 through 36. And I have a request of Councilman McCullough to pull item 17. We'll move that to the regular agenda. I just had a question on item 19. If I saw Marshall a little earlier, if he's available, I'd like to get a little bit of detail as to what we have there, a full-blown presentation, but maybe just for public dissemination, some information as to what that contract holds and is intended to do, and what the cost of the next two phases are likely to be.
Mayor Lane, members of council, item 19 on the agenda is an effort to essentially optimize the water and wastewater systems. This is an effort in efficiency. I can throw maybe one thing that you won't be able to read very clearly up here, but on the Elmo. I don't even know if that's going to show up.
Is that a receipt from breakfast or something?
Yeah. This is the city.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I can't see it. Okay, that didn't work. We'll get rid of that. Essentially, what has gone on, we've developed over the last number of years through a process of acquisition and then expansion, a system that consists of about 2,000 miles of water lines, 320-some pressure-reducing valves to control the pressures. We've got 2 significant water treatment plants, surface water treatment plants. We've got 3 to 5 arsenic treatment facilities, 23 wells, just a significant number of facilities. Most of these facilities came online essentially one at a time, and then they were expanded. They were planned and constructed and implemented according to master plans and designed to operate efficiently, but more efficiently kind of in and of themselves. They were integrated into the system, but essentially what we have now is the opportunity to take all of these different facilities, systems, pumps, zones, reservoirs, and put some controls in place into our SCADA system or our control system that will help them operate more efficiently, integrated with each other. So in other words, if you have two significant pump stations, and this is oversimplified because a lot of our zones receive water from more than just 2 sources, but if you have 2 significant pump stations pumping into one zone, they can at times pump against each other. And we control those systems more manually and with operator experience. So what this effort is to go into our control system and create some controls and guidelines that will assist the operators in ensuring that we operate these systems efficiently. So we anticipate this optimization effort to take probably one year to maybe 18 months, a year and a half. Could cost, we anticipate this agenda item right here is $300 and some thousand, but this is just phase 1. We will have some additional phases to actually create the tools. This is more compilation of the data. So the overall effort to optimize these facilities to interact with themselves better and allow the operators some additional guidelines to speak to each other. We have operators that staff the facilities independently. So we have 24-hour-a-day staff, for example, at the water campus, and we have 24-hour-a-day staff at the Chaparral plant. Those facilities have the ability to put water into the same areas of the distribution system, and those operators have some limited interaction with each other. But The first phase would be to gather all of the information. The second phase would essentially be to create the tools, the controls in the SCADA system. And then the third phase would be to train staff, create the operation and maintenance manuals. Overall cost, we anticipate of about $1 million to complete this effort. And just to keep things or put things in a little bit of perspective, one of the things we anticipate this would do is create an opportunity to operate more efficiently with our electricity budget. And as you recall from a week ago, we have about a $14 million a year electric bill in water. So if we can create about a 7% savings, this project would pay for itself within 1 year. I anticipate we might be able to get in that ballpark. So we're talking about a return on this investment over a year to maybe 2 or 3 years. This would pay for itself, and then we would operate more efficiently in the future. And that's just the electricity portion of this. There are also staffing efficiencies that would result from this, et cetera. And the controls, again, would have to be put in place also to optimize water quality. We talked about some new water quality regulations that are coming our way associated with disinfection byproducts. Those byproducts are regulated throughout those 2,000 miles of distribution system, so fairly complicated.
Yeah, I understand. And I think you did hit upon the point of my concerns or question. This initial one is about $382,000, as I read it here, with 2 other phases to follow. So if they were equally distributed, I suppose we're talking about a bit over $1 million. And you're thinking, and I presume, in even putting this consulting contract together, was to be able to recover from electricity savings, as well as labor savings, and maybe some other areas of compliance that would give us a return on this within a year to 3 years. Is that what I understood?
Yes, I'm estimating 1 to 3 years worth of return or time frame for return on this investment.
And is that on the basis of your own estimates, knowing the operation, or is that something the consultants have given you some preliminary indication of?
Those are basically my estimates, and I'll tell you, we did have multiple conversations with the outside consultants that we were looking at selecting potentially for this project, and some of those estimates were as high as a 30% savings. Those were based on some assumptions that didn't include some of the details or the constraints that exist within our system. So the estimates got as high as 30%. Most of the companies we talked to were fairly adamant that they thought we could achieve at least a 10% savings. When you consider some of the constraints we have with our groundwater supplies and the arsenic treatment that we have here that's more stringent than almost anywhere else in the nation, I think the 10% is a little bit optimistic also. So I view a 5 to 7% savings as being more realistic for our system. So that was considering a lot of information from the outside consultants and then looking at our own system.
Okay, thank you, Marshall. I appreciate that explanation for us and the public. Councilman McCullough has a question on Scottsdale Cultural Council's annual financial participation agreement, item 25.
Well, I know that I wrote down question number 5, but what I meant was question number 24.
25, and I think that's actually what I spoke toward, but it turns out that it's Councilman Ecton's, and yours is indicated as 24?
Mine's 24, and I just had a question on it.
Okay. Then we'll go to 24, and Councilman McCullough's question on 24, which is the annual Greater Phoenix Economic Council's Development and Marketing Agreement.
This is being done at a cost of $80,000. And we have had several discussions up here about investing $25,000 in a similar, what at least seems like a similar opportunity with the Discovery Triangle. Can you distinguish the two and tell me why one would be better than the other?
Excuse me, Mayor Lane, Councilman McCullough. There are several reasons why, at least in terms of the immediate future, this has greater value to us. The first is that when we're working with the GPEC contract, they are delivering to us annually companies that are looking to locate in the city in a very near term, sometimes months, rarely more than a year later, so that we are looking at both jobs, space being filled, which today is very important to us because we have a lot of empty space, in particular office space. It provides us whatever additional taxes there are, and all these are short-term benefits. It also maintains our relationship with the other cities in the valley and helps us be competitive with them, and provides us some ability to be involved in regional thinking about how we keep the economy strong, keep the basic economy going, and respond to the changes in the broader economy. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's sort of the short form.
Well, the question was to compare that with what the Discovery Triangle would do for us at one-third the cost.
Well, I think that's the distinction I was trying to make, that the benefits from GPEC are generally immediate, as in next few months. The Discovery Triangle would be a longer-term benefit, would work with some of the things that we have in place already, especially in the southern part of the city, but we would not see immediate impacts as within the first year in terms of new jobs, new companies. That would take a bit longer to develop out. They've developed a base already for the Discovery Triangle of information that has to translate into actionable items, whereas our work with GPEC is something that's long established, and we see the benefits from past actions, and they occur in short order. So one's a little longer term, the other's, relatively speaking, immediate.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Councilman Littlefield.
Just point out the emphasis on the word that they actually deliver something, as in leads. So the GPEC actually gives us something, which is leads to companies that are coming into town. And I would think that would be the difference. GPEC delivers something, and Discovery Triangle has yet to give us a list of anything they would deliver us for that $25,000.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. And I suppose even to further credit, two of the most significant technology companies and the renewable resource companies of major proportions who were brought specifically to Scottsdale within the last 8-9 months. So I think that concludes the questions and comments on that. We do have a question from Councilman Ecton on the Scottsdale Cultural Council's annual financial participation agreement, item 25.
Actually, I have questions that would be more appropriate for the CFO of the Cultural Council.
Mayor, while he's coming up, on item number 7, we need a separate motion because that's an item to be continued. So if, when you get to that point and making motions, we need to pull that one out to get a continuance date certain.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rickard, on item 7?
On item 7, yes. Staff would like to have a separate motion there when you get to those motions in terms of the consent agenda. This item just happened today. The gentleman was ill and could not be here this evening, and so we would be requesting a continuance, and we can give you the date when we get to that point.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Jim Green. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Cultural Council.
Thank you. I have 2 or 3 questions and 1 comment, but it leads to a question. When I read the action that we're going to take today, it assigns certain amounts of money to different factors of the Cultural Council, the management services agreement, the arts program, the public arts, the conservation. I would like some assurances that that's where that money is going to be dedicated to. It's not going to flow between the two when there's problems or crises at one place or another.
No, those earmarks are segregated in our books and can only be used for those purposes.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, when I look through the operating expenses, and I think you can address these pretty appropriately, when I looked at employee benefits, the salaries are approximately the same, but the benefits went up 8%. Can you address the reason for the benefits going up 8% and salary staying the same?
It's attributable to increased health insurance costs, almost entirely.
So have you raised the benefit level, or is this a function of what has been spent in terms of health care?
It's the same benefit level. Actually, the employee cost is also going up, but for the same level of benefit that we provided last year, the cost just went up 12%, I believe.
So you didn't do as good a job as the city did in maintaining the cost? Just a side comment, okay? The other comment is, the other question is postage and shipping went from $63,000 to $130,000. That's almost doubled. Can you help me with that one?
It reflects a change in marketing philosophy. Excuse me. We're relying less next year on some newspaper and other media advertising and doing more direct mail. We're expanding the distribution of our program brochure, which goes out, well, this year's just went out within the last couple of weeks. So it's really a shift of our marketing resources.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Ecton. That completes the questions on that item. And seeing no comments from the public on the consent items, we do have item 7 that has been pulled. What I think in the order of things, we can either, there's been a request for continuance from the staff on item 7. If we'd like, we can, I can entertain a motion to continue item 7.
Yeah, I move we continue item 7 to August 20th?
August 30th.
August 30th, that's what I meant to say.
Motion's been made and seconded. We'll vote on that separately. No other comment. Then if you indicate, please, by aye if you approve, and nay if you disapprove, and register your vote. Aye.
Aye.
The motion to continue is passed 7-0. That completes that.
Mayor,
Alex,
I have a note here that we were pulling 10. Did that change, or continue 10? Did that change?
I don't know who would have.
Understand?
No, I don't have any indication.
Doesn't have that? All right, I don't know.
Mayor and members of council, if you vote on the consent agenda, then it will be continued.
Yeah, it's continued.
Oh, I see. Okay.
As part of that, because that's what the action is called for, yeah. So we do have the items 1 through 36 of the consent agenda, absent the single item of item number 7.
And 17.
And 7. Absent 7 and 17. I actually didn't see that. So can I entertain a motion for the consent items absent those two items?
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 7 and 17.
7.
Consent agenda items have been moved for approval, absent 7 and 17. No further comment on it. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed with nay. Motion passes 7-0. So the consent items have been approved with the exception of item 17, which will move to the regular agenda. Okay, we'll take the first item that was moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda item to the regular agenda, and that is item 17, the Pepperwood Office McKnight Building Exchange Agreement. The request is to adopt resolution number 8294 authorizing real property exchange number 2010-071 COS to exchange a city-owned Pepperwood office building and parking lot for a commercial office building at 4021 North 75th Street, and authorizing a budget transfer in the amount of $1.45 million from the Capital Improvements Project contingency to create a new CIP project titled Pepperwood McKnight Building Exchange. Mr. Worth.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor just read, this is a proposal to exchange a building that we currently own but are no longer using for a building that we are currently leasing office space in. The building that we currently own and are no longer using is the one labeled Pepperwood on the diagram on the left-hand side. Used to be the offices for the Community Services Division. They've been relocated to One Civic and some other locations, various programs. The building is currently vacant. The building that we lease space in is the one on the right-hand side of the diagram labeled McKnight Building. We informally refer to it as that. It's actually located at the corner of McKnight Street and 75th, across the parking lot from One Civic. That is currently where the Economic Vitality Division, to include code enforcement, and the city auditor's staff is located. The basic terms of the proposed agreement, the city would receive title to the McKnight Building, and in exchange the city would provide to the current owner of the McKnight Building, Mr. Tom Frankel, who is here tonight, the city would provide the Pepperwood Building, the parking lot, and I'll show you another diagram, but the parking lot to the north of the Pepperwood Building is included in the transaction subject to some restrictions, and I'll go over those in some detail, and a sum of $1.4 million, which is to make up for the difference in the appraised value of the two properties, and I'll also go over that in some detail. This is the Pepperwood Building. The parcel that would be the subject to the proposed exchange is the whole area that's enclosed in yellow, to include the building at the southern end of the parcel, to include the parking. To the north, the parking is subject to 4 easements, which are labeled and shown. Most importantly, the parking lot itself, which currently provides 123 public parking spaces, is subject to a parking easement. If this deal is completed, Mr. Frankel would be obligated to provide 123 public parking spaces from that property. There's also an alley easement to provide access to the current back of the Pepperwood Building, as well as the Trailside Gallery, which is next door, as well as the property owned by the hotel, the Theodore Hotel to the east. There's also a utility easement, which covers largely the same area that's covered by the parking lot, and an emergency and service vehicle easement, which runs down a couple of the corridors in the parking lot to allow access again to the properties, in particular the hotel to the east, so that all the properties adjoining this parking lot would have the same access that they currently enjoy now. They would all continue to have the 123 public parking spaces in close proximity that people could use that are utilizing the businesses in that area. The appraised value of the two properties is what's shown here on the top line, the appraised value for the Pepperwood, the appraised value for the McKnight Building. The appraisals were ordered by the city. It was our appraiser. Both appraisals were done by the same firm, Dennis Lopez and Associates. They were both done at the same time. They were both done using the same comparables. The property value per square foot for office space, and you can see the per square foot value for both the Pepperwood and the McKnight Building. Those were adjusted from the same comparables based on a number of factors. The factors that caused the biggest adjustments were the age and the configuration and quality of the Pepperwood Building. The Pepperwood Building is 25 years older than the McKnight Building, and the restriction of the parking. The fact that he has to continue to provide the 123 parking spaces caused a downward adjustment of the appraised value. So with the two appraisals, that's the $1.4 million difference that we would have to add on top of the providing the Pepperwood to make this an even up deal. And here's the real reason why it makes sense from a fiscal perspective for the city, is because we get to achieve some fairly significant operating cost savings. annual operating cost impact from no longer having to pay the lease for the space in the McKnight building. That amount is $230,000. Are actually 2 other tenants in the McKnight building, and the property transfers with those leases in place. We could continue to derive revenue from those 2 leases, and we also have that space potentially available to the city in the future if our needs increase. And because it's a newer and more efficient building, we're forecasting a net decrease in costs to operate and to heat and cool the building. And you add that all up, about $400,000. So with the $1.4 million capital cost up front as part of the terms of the agreement, we're seeing a payback within 4 to 5 years. And that's all I have for a presentation, and we'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Councilman McCullough.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's a good presentation, and you've quantified the things that are quantifiable very well. I have 3 concerns in this, none of which necessarily would preclude or constitute opposition to it. But I'll tell you what my concerns are. First of all, we'll forego our Civic Mall presence. And the reason that matters is because we've in the past had a significant presence here, and in many cases, or in several cases, could use more. And I'll use, for example, the fact that without regard for office space, we have the Performing Arts Center there, who now lease space in another building on the mall. For a long time, we contemplated moving some of our uses out of the Performing Arts Center across the street to the south to the old Senior Center, but we know that the hospital would like to integrate that facility into their campus, and if we let this go, we will lose that window, so to speak, onto the mall for more city, whatever use it might be, probably office space, but I suppose there could be other things. So that's one thing that troubles me a little bit. The second thing is we have a master parking plan, and the master parking plan includes the possibility of building a parking structure on the parking lot that's right behind the office building in the site that's outlined in yellow here. Do we want to forego the opportunity to put that parking structure downtown? The third thing that troubles me about this is 3 of the, well, I guess it must be more than that, some number of people who live there have purchased how many parking spaces, Dan? Parking credits in that parking lot?
I'm not sure that it actually translates into parking credits, but that lot was purchased and developed with the help of an assessment on some of the businesses in that area. Okay, and so is the entitlement to those users, is that the 123 spaces that have to be kept, or is the 123 spaces we're talking about not just those entitlements? The 123 spaces is what currently exists. We would retain exactly the same amount of public parking that currently exists.
Okay. My concern is protecting the neighbors who purchased parking credits in there. Do you know offhand how many parking credits have been purchased by the neighboring businesses?
I'm looking to the keeper of our parking program.
Mayor and Councilman McCullough, as you're aware, there were different assessments in the downtown back in, my recollection is like the 1970s, that did establish several parking lots. But no, I don't have the number for you of exactly how many contributed specifically to that lot. Okay, so in our own mind, are we satisfied that the 123 parking spaces that we would reserve and encumber that property with when we sold it would satisfy all the commitments that we made? Mayor Lane, Councilman Cullen, yes.
Okay.
In all the circumstances, the money contributed for a paved parking lot, and that's what was situated here, and so the money went to those 123 spaces.
Okay, so presumably they're protected in terms of number, and the only thing we need to concern ourselves with is that the parking spaces have something that approaches the same convenience or accessibility for their businesses. So I guess what I'd like to hear, and I'm not even sure who is in the best position to answer the question, but do we want to give up the opportunity for more mall presence with city offices or space? And secondly, do we want to forego that location as a potential parking structure for downtown in years to come as we develop downtown, sell more in lieu parking spaces, phantom parking spaces? Will we need that as a result of those plans?
Mayor, Councilman McCullough, on the first issue, the civic office presence on the mall, one of the things that we thought would be an indirect benefit to the city was actually in this, if I can get the pointer to work, in this entrance to the mall off of Main Street and Brown, the western extension of the mall, if we could turn that over to somebody that would be able to possibly put a retail or some use that would be something that would draw people into the mall area from the Main Street, Brown Street area, activate that with pedestrian traffic a little bit more. There's still a significant city municipal office presence on the mall with, of course, the building that we're in. Just off the chart to the south is the Center for the Performing Arts and the office space that's included in that building. And the near proximity, we've got the One Civic Center and of course, the building that we're proposing to obtain in exchange is not directly on the mall, but it still puts a significant amount of civic offices in the area.
It does. I mean, I recognize the convenience and its proximity to City Hall and One Civic Center and so on. So it's not about the McKnight property at this point. It's about the sacrifices that we make for the long-range planning. And in regard to the master parking plan, got another idea?
Mayor, Councilman McCullough, you are correct. When we were looking at the parking in the downtown, we did identify that this quadrant does occasionally have shortages. We looked at two potential options. One was for structure on this property. The other one was to revise or put a new structure on what I'll call the Los Olivos area. I don't know that this precludes that option. As you might recall, we had, as a staff, put forward an item for the bond, and that doesn't mean that we can't do that in any future. And it doesn't mean we can't have negotiations with the property owner and what potentials might be to enter into an agreement to have additional public parking on that. I will add that since at least 1995, we have looked at different options for activating that portion of the mall, and specifically the options for revitalizing that property, as Mr. Worth indicated, trying to get some more active uses on that site, as well as recognizing that the paved parking lots are not the are underutilized properties. And if you do go in and do a mixed use and perhaps a structure, it is better utilization of the property, and that is one of the goals within the recent downtown plan update.
Okay. I know that the applicant or the proposed exchange partner in this is here. Was there any intention of on their part of presenting an idea for this property?
Councilman, yes, he has a card in, and I was about to get to him as soon as you were completed.
I'm finished then. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, for the public comment on this particular item, Mr. Tom Frankel, if you'd like to come forward.
Tom Frankel, 6716 East Montecito. Mayor Lane, members of the council, I didn't plan to make a presentation on exactly what I would plan eventually to develop there because, frankly, I think it's many, many, many years from now. But I did, I guess the reason and I'm happy to answer in a broad sense, I guess, what my thoughts would be for that site. I also have my architect here, and I guess I wasn't thinking that we were making a presentation on that, but I did want to address a few things and hopefully some of the things that Councilman McCullough had concerns about. First of all, I would say that I do have a presence on that mall. I own the Pepin restaurant on the south side of AZ 88 as a landlord, and also the former Chamber of Commerce site on the north side of AZ 88. And as far as probably someone who would have an interest in that mall, I happen to think it's probably one of the best assets. Well, it is the best asset, in my opinion, of the entire downtown, and that's why I purchased and developed one of the properties. At some time, I would hope to develop the other. I think it's one of the most underused areas. It's the most beautiful area, and when I designed the building where the former Chamber of Commerce was, my assignment to the architect who was here was, I want you to put the nicest building that you can possibly put there, obviously get me the most square footage I could get, but also something that would be a tribute to that park and something when somebody went into that park, they would say, wow, what a gorgeous building. And for some, maybe a little too contemporary, but I think overall the reception to it, other than I lost my tenant, has been pretty good. As far as restrictions that the city required as part of this purchase, Dan Worth mentioned that 123 spaces have to be reserved, which they are. The access to the businesses remains through an easement, and also there's an emergency for emergency vehicles and access also. Regarding Councilman's McCullough's question about are we wasting an opportunity to potentially put a parking structure there, I've been a downtown property owner for 25 years, and prior to where the Pischke's lot was built, which by the way has been a wonderful addition for everyone in that area, originally the lot which is to the west of AZ 88, that was supposed to be the property which was going to be redeveloped and added onto and put an added structure onto. That was the days of Ed Goff, and mysteriously a week before the meeting it got transferred to where the Pischke site is, and we lost, at least for the people that were on the mall, directly on the mall, it was a bit of a disappointment. That lot still helps, but I think the lot to the west of AZ 88, there were already plans drawn up for it, and I think it'd be a wonderful opportunity if that is a big concern. I think that would be it on my end. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tom. I don't know whether these questions might go to you or not. As sort of a partner in this arrangement, it might be. So I would ask you maybe to take a seat, and if the questions do go to you, please be available. Next is Councilman Ecton.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm certainly not against saving money, but I think that's a short-term solution, and I have some concerns about the long-term ramifications of doing this. And I'd like to ask the proper people to respond. What is the zoning on this property, and what are the uses that are allowed in that zoning?
Mayor and Councilman Ecton, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to have to make a guess at the moment that it's a C2 or a C3. Our anticipations is that to fully utilize this property, they would rezone to downtown zoning. This area is appropriate for a Type 2 zoning category.
And what's allowed in the Type 2? What's the height allowed in a Type 2?
The height depends on the use. So it would be restricted depending on if it was office or if it had residential. So it could go higher if it was residential. It could go to the highest if it was actually for a hotel. Hotel would be 72 feet.
Okay, and that's what I have some fears about in terms of long-term. This property is, according to Mr. Finkel himself, is probably not going to be redeveloped immediately. It's going to be waiting for an opportunity to come along. So instead of having a low-type building there, it could be 72 feet. I have some concern about that. The other thing is I also agree on the parking structure issue. I think that would be a perfect place for the new parking structure to go in. So I'm having a hard time thinking this is a good long-term decision. Now, the appraisals that were made on that property, it was pretty clear. It's based on the square feet of the property that's there. Well, but if it ends up being a hotel, look at the value of that property at some future use, which is quite possible to be on that location. Then I don't feel like we're getting necessarily a fair shake. I think that the value of that property has a much greater value than just using the square feet of the existing property. That's my feeling at this moment.
Thank you, Councilman Ecton. Councilman Littlefield.
When this item first turned up on the agenda, I went and I talked to the Old Town merchants who had some concerns, but I have to say that you and the applicant answered those concerns, made some changes, so they're basically okay with this in terms of the circulation and the parking and all that. By the way, they're not too keen on the idea of a parking structure. They're much happier to keep it a parking lot, but I'm guessing you already knew that, so probably have heard that before. All the concerns about what we would do here, I really, nobody has a plan for what we would do here, so I think the idea of giving this to private enterprise makes a lot of sense. We talked earlier a couple weeks ago about cities' excess properties and trying to turn them into something where they'll, help out business here. And in light of the fact that we really don't have a better idea about what to do with this, and I actually think the appraisal, having looked at the building, is probably about right. So I would think that this is probably a pretty good plan, and in fact, I'll move that we adopt Resolution 8294.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve and seconded. Does the second like to speak toward a motion?
I've seen the plan. I agree. It makes sense at this time. I don't think we're either in the business of speculating for future potential increases in land value or development. So I think this makes sense from the city's perspective.
Thank you, Councilwoman Borowski. Yeah, I too think that it makes a great deal of sense, and it falls right in line with what our prospects are for bringing life to the mall and to bring business back in every way, shape, or form we can. And in fact, the fact that we have someone willing to invest and understand this is an exchange, and someone of the caliber of Mr. Frankel, who has done a great deal of work, very high-quality work, in the promotion of downtown Scottsdale, I think it's a very appropriate move. I have no real desire to have more government buildings on the mall. I mean, I don't see how that necessarily serves our tourist industry in that. The parking garage and the parking, as it's been settled out, it seems to me have answered the questions, at least for the community around, in a positive way. And frankly, it follows right along consolidating some of the properties that the city owns in our contraction and putting them to best use. I think the return on a building that really complements the rest of our City Hall campus in a better way makes a great deal of sense and provides that kind of office space. I think it's appropriate for them too. So I support the motion, and it has been seconded. And it looks like we have at least one more comment on that, and that's Councilman Ecton.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I will support it with some major concerns. I'm in favor of not holding on to property that could be beneficial. I think we're potentially losing some gains in the longer term, and we're making a short-term decision, but I just want to be on record as that's my feeling, and I will support it.
Thank you, Councilman Acton. No further comment on this item. I think we're now ready to vote. All those in favor, please indicate by aye and register your vote. Opposed would indicate with nay and register your vote. Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Repeat. Aye. And please re-input, please. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Worth. And thank you, Mr. Frankel. We'll move on to our next item on the regular agenda, which is item number 37. It's a monthly financial update. Mr. Smith, at the podium already, ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is the monthly financial report as of May 31. You have a far more detailed presentation in your packet, but I'll go through the highlights of this presentation. I am, as I usually do, going to skip the monthly numbers and go instead to the year-to-date numbers. And I really want to talk about a schedule here that talks about where the general fund is going to end up. We think it's going to end up with a change of $10.2 million. And some of that is because of the sales tax receipts. They're better and getting better, a little better every month. I'm going to show you the graph that we've been using for some number of months. The green line here represents our actual performance. And as you can see, for the first month this year, we actually laid our results in on top of the prior year. I've said before, and it's still true, the prior year is not an extraordinary result to get to, but it's better than hanging below that number. So the sales tax number has been doing substantially better than budget, and as I said, now we're approaching the results of last year. The results for the 10 months through May 31 show that our uses of funds have been better than we had predicted by $9.7 million. And I want to scoot forward to a slide that's maybe in your packet. It's called the Fund Balance Summary, because I really want to focus on where we are liable to be at the end of the year in the fund balance, and of course where we'll be at the beginning of the following year. It's the same number. We just have to sort things around a little bit. I'm going to talk about two different items on here. Number one, I'm going to talk about what's happening to the line called operating contingency. We start out the year with $5 million. That's the second column of numbers there, the second number down, the operating contingency. We start out with $5 million, and we're going to use $3.4 million of that fund balance in ways that I'll explain on the next slide here. That $5 million is the portion that we put into the budget each year to kind of accommodate those things that were not anticipated by staff, not anticipated by you, not anticipated at all when a budget was put together, but we have to have that kind of a cushion in our forecast. So you can see at the top of the schedule, we started off with $5 million. You have previously approved, I think, a variety of things, plus and minus, leaving really $200,000 less in this fund. And then we had on the consent agenda tonight, which you approved, there were a number of additional charges to this operating contingency. And as you can see, they are indeed the kind of things that neither we nor you could have contemplated at the beginning of the year when the budget was put together. Sometimes these are contract payouts. You've heard me talk about the money shortfall number and the vacancy savings, $2.5 million. That's an item which we're charging to the operating contingency. The supplemental billing amount from the Arizona State Retirement, we've talked about that as well. We had provided for $4.9 million, and we got a bill for $5.3 million from them. Still debating that bill, but for the time being, we have to charge the $400,000. And then we have a variety of other things. So that takes that number down to 1.6. So that's the utilization of that operating contingency. Now go back to this schedule and focus on the third line, which is the unreserved fund balance. And some of the things that cause that to go from 10.8 up to 12.3, if you can follow which columns and rows I'm talking about, but it is the unreserved fund balance. Let me walk you through the reconciliation of that column of numbers. First of all, what got us to 10.8, you will remember, was we started out the year when we put the budget together, we thought we were going to have an unreserved balance of $3.8 million. When we finally closed out last year, there was an unspent, a combination of unspent uses of money and additional sources of revenue, which in the aggregate amounted to $7 million. So that built that unreserved fund balance up to 10.8. So that was our actual starting number, 10.8. And what's happened this year, what we think is going to happen this year, primarily we think the year-end estimate of sources of money, sales tax and so on, we think will be worse by $1.8 million, but we think the uses will be better by 3.1. And as I said, this is our estimate at May 31. We only have 1 month left. We have 8 days left, and all I can really tell you with certainty is regarding the year-end numbers is if you give me another 8 days, I think I'll know what it is. But the way the funds work around here, a lot of things get crammed into the last few days, and as the month closes, we end up picking up invoices and accruing things and trying to figure out what was actually spent that we may not have accounted for. But when I tell you this is an estimate, it's not really my estimate per se. It's to the credit of the people in the city manager's organization, the budget liaisons who work for each of the departments. And they talk to their department heads, and they give us their estimate of where they think their spending is going to be as the year goes on. So I'll take you back to this schedule. I think I've reconciled for you at least, when we'll talk more about how we get there, but how that unreserved fund balance grew from $3.8 million at the beginning of the fiscal year to 10.8 when we finally realized how much we had saved from the prior year, and now up by another $1.5 million to 12.3. And the last thing I'll point out to you on this schedule is that the last thing we'll do after we figure out what the final ending number is, we'll keep the same total, $39.5 million, but we'll jiggle the numbers around to restore the operating contingency back to its beginning number of $5 million. So one could wonder, why do we go through the trouble of charging things to the operating contingency if we only go to, at the end of the year, we restore it back to its original number? And to tell you the truth, I can't give you a good answer for that, but I can tell you what the operating contingency is for, and that is, as I said, and cover those things that we did not anticipate when we put the budget together. And the other thing I will tell you is that if it really turns out this way, if this is really the way the fund balances end up for the year, reflecting the gains of this year, and we have in total $39.5 million of collective balances, that will be about $2.3 million better than what we thought just a few weeks ago when we put together next year's budget. Now, the significance of that is when we put together next year's budget, we were going to use the unreserved fund balance as we thought it would exist, and we had a variety of other initiatives. We presented all that to you, of course, and we ended up with a balanced budget. It had a spending level. You approved the spending level, and we marched forward with a balanced budget. So what happens, you might ask, if we end up with more unreserved fund balance than what we thought by $2.3 million? Well, it doesn't mean we spend more next year, but what it does mean, and that's the good news, is it carries forward to 11/12. So you can count on this, if it turns out this way, as being the first down payment, if you will, on the mountain of challenge that we have in 11/12, the $26 million or so that we have to deal with when that fiscal year rolls around. And we've emphasized to the staff that if they can improve on this number even further, then it obviously will be an even greater number than $2.5 million that will roll forward to be a down payment on the challenge of 1112. So I think all of the staff is attuned to the challenge and attuned to the opportunity and the value of watching the spending even for the balance of this month. And now let me tell you why I think the sources are going to be 1.8 million negative, because an earlier slide, if I'd stayed on for very long, would have said the sources thus far this year are actually positive by $500,000. Well, I'll just focus you on two things. We've talked about these before. Item number 6, which is the indirect cost allocation. That's the charge that we make to the enterprise fund for the services that we provide them out of the general fund. This number was higher than it should have been when the budget was put together. We corrected for that many months ago, and we've carried this number to the end of the year. It's now time to true up the accounts and recognize that it's not an appropriate charge to this degree to the enterprise fund. On the other side of the equation, the uses, again, if I had stayed on the slide of where we are through May, you would have seen we're $9.7 million ahead of the budget. But now I'm telling you that we're probably only going to be $3.1 million ahead of budget. Again, it's a reflection of the true-ups that we have to do at year-end. You'll remember that when the budget was put together for this year, one of the ways that the budget was balanced was to simply put an IOU in there, to promise, in other words, that there would be ways and means found as the year worked on to reduce expense. And the IOU was about a $12 million IOU, a $12 million promise of an expense reduction. So while we have on line 2 a lot of savings in contractual commodities and capital outlays, debt service, and so on, most of that was earmarked early on as being something that was going to be applied to pay down that IOU. So you're seeing IOU corrections here for the most part. The other item, which you'll be discussing later tonight, when I predict that we'll have $3.1 million of favorable variance, it is assuming in item 4 two things will happen. Number one, it's assuming that the bed tax shortfall in gross amount will be $1 million, and that in your discussion tonight, June 22, you may well decide to absorb $600,000 of that in the general fund. I think as we freshen up these numbers later this evening, two things will be true. I think we'll be saying the $1 million shortfall may be a little bit high. I think they'll be using a number of $870,000. But then you'll be debating how shall you deal with that $870,000 shortfall. And I'm just telling you that this slide predicts a result, but that's not meant to define the results. You'll do that later this evening. So with that, I think that's the end of the discussion on the monthly financials. I suspect you have to formally adopt the financial package that's in your book. But also, obviously, I'll entertain any questions you may have.
Well, you're correct, and thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. You're correct. We do have an action item on this. Well, let's see. I think we do. We normally do, but we don't have an indication of an adoption at this point in time. I don't see any questions right now, so informally it's accepted. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Smith. We're covered then. It's completing item 37. Moving on to item 38. You can stay in place, Mr. Smith.
Don't move an inch here. Mr. Mayor, members of council, item 38 is, as it says, having to do with the property tax rates and levies. You all discussed this item last, at your June 8 meeting. Some of the history is shown briefly here, and I'm not going to go through the whole series of slides because you did review this pretty carefully the last time, but I will remind you as well as the public that back on May 21, we did a press release for, it's called a TNT, Truth in Taxation Notice Requirements press release, and that was the first notice of hearing regarding the tax increase. A second notice was published 8 days later, and that was actually a notice of the tax increase. And then, as I said, you dealt with this on June 8 in a council meeting. We had a public hearing, and there was a roll call vote at that time on a motion to consider adoption of a proposed tax levy and rate on June 22. So all you were doing was sorting through the various options. You may remember we had 3 or 4 different options and routes that you could choose from. You did finally, by roll call vote, approve a motion to consider the adoption of the proposed tax levy that's displayed on the screen here. And I'll tell you briefly what that is. Again, the primary levy is $24.241 million. This again is the portion of the tax, the primary portion that goes for the general fund purposes. The secondary that I'll talk about a little later goes for debt service, and that's there's less flexibility that you have and that we have on that item. It must cover debt service. But the primary levy, $24.241 million. The option was there, and you by roll call vote selected this option to take the 2% allowance, $473,000. There is also an option, which again by your roll call vote you elected to take, to put tort recoveries in there for, and they were $1,703,000 in actual tort payments last year, and that item can be rolled in one time only into the primary levy. So that would bring the total primary levy to $26,417,000. And then the lower half of this schedule shows what the rate would be for the primary, 38.36 cents per $100 assessed valuation. And then secondary. As I said, we don't talk much about it, but because it has to be what it has to be to make debt service, and that's 51.4 cents. Total, 89.76 cents. And so I think the action tonight is, obviously you can discuss this item, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, but the actual action, of course, is to adopt Ordinance 3894 that actually sets the property tax levy and rate.
That's correct, Mr. Smith, and thank you very much on all of that background information and reminder of what has brought us to this potential adoption of Ordinance 3894. We do have a question or comment from Councilman Littlefield.
No, I just want to point out that since I voted against the 2% allowance, I'm going to be voting against this item.
Thank you, Councilman. And I, too, as I had voted against the 2% increase, I will be opposing this ordinance. Councilwoman Nelson.
June 8th was a busy day for me, but I was here that evening, and I don't think Tony would have voted for the original levy either. So I will not be voting for this.
Councilwoman Borowski.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Ordinance 3894.
Second.
Motion's been made to adopt Ordinance number 3894. No further comment indicated. All those in favor, please indicate it by aye and register your vote. Those opposed, please indicate nay and register your vote. Nay.
Aye.
I'm not getting yours. Motion passes 4-3 with myself, Councilman Littlefield, and Councilwoman Nelson opposing. That completes item 38. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for that presentation. Move on to item 39, was the adoption of streetlight property tax levies, and request is to adopt ordinance number 3895, setting the streetlight property tax levy by district.
And, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you're stuck with me for one more item. The Streetlight Improvement District property taxes is a much smaller item of property tax consideration, but certain taxpayers, it allows certain taxpayers to be charged essentially the operating cost associated with streetlights in various designated areas. There are many of these in the city. If I showed you a map, they're scattered all over. There are 355 streetlight districts, 7 of them resident, or 348 of them residential, and 7 of them commercial. It's almost 33,000 properties. The annual operating cost that is recovered through this program is about $578,000. The $578,000 is repeated at the top of this next schedule, and absent anything else, that would be the property tax that we would be seeking. But we do have reserves against these expenses, and the judgment was made by staff that the reserves are higher than they need to be. And the footnote, if you can read it in small print at the bottom of the thing, that says the staff recommendation to reduce the current operating reserves, which are $362,000, to reduce them to a 90-day operating reserve level, and that would be about $150,000. So we are, for this coming year, subsidizing or reducing the streetlight property tax assessment from $577 to $482,814. You can see obviously on the screen the average property impact is $14.62. It's not a big item, but it's an important item that's in the budget. And that's really all I have to say on this item, other than seeking your adoption of Ordinance 3895.
Thank you again, Mr. Smith. And I don't have any questions or comments from the council or myself at this point in time, so I would entertain a motion with regard to the adoption of Ordinance number 3895. Vice Mayor Clapp.
I move to adopt Ordinance number 3895, setting the streetlight property tax levy by district.
Second.
A motion's been made to adopt Ordinance number 3895 and seconded. No further comment. All those in favor, please indicate by aye and register your vote. Aye. Nay, and register your vote if you oppose.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 39 is complete. Again, thank you, Mr. Smith. Next item is item 40. And item 40 is a fiscal year 2009-10 bed tax shortfall. And the request is for a presentation, discussion, and direction to staff, including approving the proposed fiscal year 2010-11 contract for destination marketing services between the city and the Scottsdale Convention Visitors Bureau to reflect its agreement to pay $200,000 of the estimated shortfall of approximately $870,000 in 2009-10 bed tax revenues, with the city to pay the remainder. Presentation by Mr. Harold Stewart of Economic Vitality is at the podium and ready to speak toward the subject. Please go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. We are going to cover 3 items regarding bed tax this evening. The first is discussion of the shortfall. The second one, a discussion of the proposed contract with the Convention Bureau for next year. And the third will be a discussion of the allocation of the bed tax in its new form, that is the division of the gross tax into 2 pieces, destination marketing for one half and for other programs, tourism programs, for the other half.
If I might, Mr. Stewart, item 40 does sort of include a couple of items. One is the contract and also the bed tax shortfall. I see that item 41 is really the agreement, which is also mentioned in 40. But in item 40, the effort really is, as it's titled, just to address the shortfall issue. Is that not right?
That's correct, Mayor. Just to address the shortfall. That will then impact a small piece of the contract for the next year, but we will do that in the next step.
Well, yes, but let's take these one at a time, as they're indicated here.
Yes. First of all, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the representatives of the Convention Bureau and the Tourism Development Commission. This is a change in the way we've looked at monies, both in the difficulty of having a shortfall, then also projecting into a new environment with monies for the coming fiscal year, and they all ended up getting blended a bit because of the timing of the shortfall and because of some of the expectations in terms of services needed and that sort of thing. If I get the slide out. I'm going to spend just a minute, and this particular subject we will spend most of our time just looking at this one slide, which is all we have for it, to talk about how the monies come together and what the shortfall expectations are. If you look at the first column on the left, you have the original budget amount, which was $8.2 million, and then our adjusted number based on a new estimate of about $6.9 million in gross bed tax. That is from the current program we have, which is taking 20% of the total bed tax, placing that in the general fund, and using the other 80% for all the other items related to tourism. So that would be the Convention Bureau contract, but also staffing, research, events, everything else would come out of that 80%. As the year went along and we recognized that there was going to be difficulty in meeting the early estimates of bed tax income, there were a variety of discussions about how do you handle the shortfall. The challenge was, and remained until recently, difficulty of figuring out what that shortfall was going to be. At one time, it was as high as $2 million, which was a reasonable estimate for that period. Today, it's obviously much below that number at $864,000. We looked at a variety of ways of making up the shortfall. That included a great deal of the money going to being charged back to the CVB, taking the general fund this year to cover the cost, repaying Councilman Littlefield's suggestion of using a $600,000 number to help find a way to balance out the shortfall. In the end, our recommendation to you was and is that of the approximate $864,000 shortfall, that $200,000 of that would be assigned as to the next year contract for the CVB, which would reduce their gross contract by that amount. And the remaining balance, Councilman Littlefield's original $600,000 plus approximately $70,000 additional dollars would be covered, the shortfall covered this year from the general fund or other sources, and that would be repaid in the next fiscal year out of the non-destination marketing portion of the bed tax. That is the other program monies, not the destination marketing side. So in the end next year, one of the charges to the non-destination marketing side would be roughly $670,000. Could be less, but that's the estimate for the moment. And the Convention Bureau would have a cost placed against its contract of $200,000. There are representatives of the Convention Bureau here if you'd like to ask some questions about that, but I'd be happy to entertain any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. We do have Mr. Surgine who would like to speak on this subject and has a card for that effect. So, Mr. Surgine.
Mayor Lane, members of the council, Mike Surgine, 12590 North 74th Place, Scottsdale. I am chairman of the board of the Scottsdale Convention and Visitors Bureau and vice chairman of the Tourism Development Commission. First off, I'd like to thank you for your leadership in working with us at the CVB and the city's Department of Economic Vitality and the city treasurer and the city manager to try and identify solutions to a bed tax shortfall. As you know, the Scottsdale CVB is a private entity and a vendor to the city, which contracts with the city for a specific body of work, providing destination marketing services for Scottsdale. The city's contract with the CVB is paid solely out of bed tax dollars. Bed tax dollars are split between the CVB, the city's Department of Economic Vitality, special events such as the Fiesta Bowl and Rock and Roll Marathon, and tourism capital projects such as Westworld. All have felt the pain of the bed tax shortage and the revenue shortfall. And the CVB has been proactive in reducing expenses, as demonstrated by the fact that their overall budget is $3 million less than it was 2 years ago. And last year, through attrition and layoffs, they reduced their staffing by 20%, their overall marketing expenses by 47%. Despite these reductions, the CVB has continued to achieve and exceed its performance goals. Due to further projected shortfalls, which we see up here, the CVB is prepared to reduce its budget in 09 and 10 by an additional $200,000. We appreciate the willingness of the council to look at the other recipients of the bed tax and to the general fund to make up the additional shortfall. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sergine. Just stand by. I don't know whether there is a question. Councilman Littlefield, I don't know if it's for Mr. Sergine or not, but if you could stand by.
No question, but I don't see any other comment up here, and I noticed there's not a resolution. You're just looking for direction, but I think this is a reasonable compromise to an unpleasant problem, and I would suggest you go with it.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. Councilman McCullough.
You must have some good news that I'm not aware of. Did the lender on that $600,000 agree to forego or forgive that debt service payment? That's a question for the treasurer.
No, I don't. Councilman McCullough, Mayor and members of council, I don't think there was any agreement to repay the $600,000. Is that what you're asking?
We have the obligation to repay this $600,000 is part of the debt service on land that we purchased for Westworld, is it not?
That is correct.
Has anybody we've borrowed money from for that agreed to forego or forgive this?
I understand your question, and the answer, of course, is no.
Of course it is. So we can say that we're not going to make that payment, but indeed we are going to make that payment. And there's no other way. So what we'll do is make that payment out of the general fund. Is that right?
That is correct.
And thank you. If we make that payment out of the general fund, then we balance the CVB's books on the back of the general fund, something that the taxpayers never intended. And in fact, they even dedicated a funding source in the form of a bed tax because they thought tourism was important, just so it wouldn't be balanced on the back of the general fund. So we have been cutting staff. We devoted an hour and a half discussion tonight to reducing benefits for staff members. We've reduced services, and in some cases, we've even borrowed money from our reserves, which is essentially our taxpayer savings account. So there's no way that I'm going to take $600,000 out of the general fund and reduce core services further so that we can balance the books of the CVB, who is unwilling to manage their own budget. So I won't be supporting that motion.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Number one, I certainly do agree to the extent that we do not want to balance the CVB's budget on the backs of the general fund, because it is a significant trade-off of what we need to sacrifice on this end. But I think the compromise that was presented by Councilman Littlefield some weeks ago, and has worked into this equation as we see it here, in its original form, is certainly a reasonable approach in advancing more or less the funds that we have committed with the new bed tax amounts that we received in the next fiscal year, committing $600,000 of that money, which we have already more or less agreed that we will start to fund capital purchases that have been made or will be made for tourist-related infrastructure, and this happens to be one of those. So there's only a partial of it, but at the same time, I think at this point, is a reasonable compromise. I think it's in everybody's best interest, inclusive of everyone here in the city, to continue to market Scottsdale in a down economy as best we possibly can. But my suggestion would be a slight modification to this, and that is to stick with the original compromise of using the $600,000 in advance of the funds to be received. Pardon me in my voice, but the $600,000 to be received from the bed tax in the next fiscal year. So a swap out on that. And then whatever shortfall above and beyond, above that $600,000, be borne by the CVB. And then we move forward on that basis. That would be the only modification that I would suggest as a reasonable alternative to what's on the table right now. Councilwoman Borowski.
Yes, just to point out, the $600,000 debt service payment is on Westworld, which is city property, city event center. It shouldn't be allocated to the CVB's budget in the first place. So I think, talking about it in terms of we're making up their responsibility, it's quite the contrary. They've been making up what I would consider to be the city's responsibility previously. So I completely disagree with Councilman McCullough's assessment of that. I mean, it sounds really dramatic when you say that, but the fact is it's simply not true. It's a city event center, so I'm not sure what it's doing in your budget in the first place. So I would support the city supplementing and paying that amount so that they are able to move forward as planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Borowski. Councilman McCullough.
I have to confess, I don't even understood what you meant by that, Councilman Borowski. And if you would elaborate on it, I can't make any sense out of what you said relative to where the money is coming from and what it's going for. So I need some help with that. That said, I would also like to understand more clearly, the mayor proposed here that the $600,000 not come out of this year's general fund. This is a question for you, Jim.
Thank you, Ron. I am listening.
Okay. Well,
and I don't understand what your confusion is necessarily.
Well, I'm not sure where you're saying the money would come from if it doesn't come from the $600,000 debt service that Councilman Littlefield referred to. Well, you're talking about paying it out of...
It is a partial payment. It has been for a number of years. The $600,000 has been paid out of the bed tax funds coming through CVB. In higher times, that was an allocation. It's only a partial payment of the debt service on those 80 acres north of Bell Road and north of the Westworld complex. That was something that was decided years ago. We all know that that's how that's been worked. The compromise issue that was struck more than a few weeks ago was to say that now that the city is now receiving funds, or will be as of the 1st of July, receiving funds that are meant to be dedicated toward tourism-related capital and infrastructure, this could qualify. This is just the logic behind it to some degree, that we advance the monies, and it would be coming out of the general fund, but to be paid back out of those receipts from the bed tax monies that the city would receive. So it would be, we would pay it out of our half of the bed tax revenues that begin July 1st. That's correct.
Okay.
Now, the only variation I made to that, and I think this is really is fair enough, because there is some give and take in this, absolutely, on how this is being structured and how it was compromised, and that is that the city not make up the difference, even of the $64,000 after you take the CVB's $200,000 off, not the $64,000, which we've rounded up in most illustrations to $870. So say the $70,000. But there's another factor that wasn't discussed here, and that's if these numbers fail to materialize at this level and are somehow the shortfall is larger, that it falls on the city again. And I'm saying right now, I would really recommend, by whatever motion is made, that it be adjusted to say $600,000 is the compromise issue, and that we'll take it from the bed tax receipts, our portion next time. One-time deal to try to mitigate this situation, keep the CVB in the game, and work into the best interests of Scottsdale's tourism. That's the only change, and I hope that's clear enough.
It is.
And I didn't mean to jump in front of Councilwoman Borowski in a response. Okay, no response on that then.
No, okay. Well, in response to your proposal, Mayor, then what you're suggesting is that out of the city's half of the new bed taxes, that we pay past debts of the CVB, and I would say that would be a real breach of faith to the voters. That's the one place that it wasn't going to go. They were going to get half. Now we're going to use our half for future funds to pay their past debts. No way would I support that.
Okay, and Councilman McCullough, just because it's obvious you're not clear on this yet, the fact is we're talking about $600,000 under the old plan that was for debt service for capital infrastructure that was tourism related. There's a bit of logic in the fact that I realize we're moving into a new plan as of July 1st, but that is a capital improvement, a debt service on a capital improvement of a tourism related item. That's the only logic behind it. I don't think there's any breach in faith. There may be some adjustment to try to mitigate and work this thing through, but there's no breach of faith, and in fact, I think it's entirely logical. The only thing I'm saying is that's the extent of it. Leave it at that. I think we're going to have to bear some other pain, and if there is other pain, that I'm seeing that at this point in time it's $270,000 that the CVB has to take that, and if there's any further shortfall, that it's on their side of it. Councilman Littlefield.
Well, I think, just to make it clear here, every year we pay $600,000 out of the bed tax to fund or to pay for improvements at Westworld. All I'm saying is that this year we pay that out of the general fund, and then next year we take $1.2 million out of the bed tax, and that makes up for it. So the general fund is not going to be done in for $600,000. Yeah, it's taking it from next year's revenue, but the CVB is okay with that. They're fine with that. And I frankly, the message that I take out of the last election was, in a down economy, the voters said 60-40 that they wanted to fund the CVB, and they wanted to fund tourism because, although I don't think the voters really care whether you call it the CVB, the TDC, or the ABC, the voters said that tourism's important to Scottsdale, and they said that by 60-40, and I think they want us to make sure that it keeps going that way. I mean, it's really that simple. In fact, just to make sure, what's the difference here between option A and option B? Which one is the plan that I was talking about?
Councilman, you're referring to a slide that comes later. The one that, and this one right here, this is, the distinction here is just simply between the revision and the revised.
Oh, okay, that's part of the contract.
Yeah,
Never mind. We're still in direction mode. I forgot. Okay,
yes, we're still in
my
direction
mistake. I was so primed to make a motion, and that was obviously inappropriate at this time.
Yeah, we'll stay on the. So we are just directing at this point in time to how to handle the bed tax shortfall. A motion would have to come, or rather, an ordinance or resolution would have to come to us later.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that right now, do we?
We don't have a resolution, Mayor. We were looking simply for a motion giving us direction on how to correct that.
I understand. Okay, we have a couple of more comments on that, but I think you've gathered, at least to this point, the direction we seem to be going. Vice Mayor Clapp.
Well, I also agree that we should be taking the $600,000 out of the operating funds this year, and then we can pay it back next year through the our portion of the bed taxes, as Councilman Littlefield mentioned, and actually perfectly understood what Councilwoman Borowski was saying, and that is when we looked at the pro forma even the last time and the one that has been provided today, it's apparent to me that the debt service perhaps has been flowing out of the tourism budget, but it shouldn't be the responsibility of the CVB to be paying the debt service on Westworld. The CVB is supposed to be providing marketing services to promote tourism. So the 50% that they are receiving next year should be all used for promoting tourism, and they should not be expected to withstand paying a $600,000 debt service for Westworld, and the pro forma doesn't reflect reflect that. The pro forma reflects that's just an expenditure that's applied to tourism, but it is not listed in here as something that is CVB responsibility. So I believe that taking it out of the general fund this year, and then next year, because we now have a new direction on the way we're going to spend the monies, would be that we take the money out of the bed taxes and just move forward. So I agree with what was proposed by Councilman Littlefield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman McCullough.
Yeah, I think this is the most deliberate attempt to balance a budget item with smoke and mirrors that I've ever seen from this council. I won't support it, but I'll call for the question.
There's been a call for the question. We do have a couple of further comments that I will accept as they are. Councilman Acton.
Well, I would say that I would make a motion based upon what the mayor proposed, the $600,000. We will take that out of the general fund, and any overage that's there, the CVB would have to pay. But I would also like to comment a little bit on why the CVB was charged with the $600,000 in the past. Some of you may remember this, and current staff will probably remember it too. The reason that went there in the first place is because we had good bond financing based upon the fact that there was a guaranteed revenue source, and it was decided that it would come out of the bed tax at that time in order to do that. However, we've now reached a new level where we have the bed tax in the city to cover it, and it's nothing but proper to move it in that direction, and that's why I make the motion to move ahead.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Acton, and thank you for the second. On that, if I might, I just want to make some clarification. You did make the motion, and this is a motion to direct staff in the... No, well, actually, we can actually create a motion. Is that not correct, Mr. Washburn?
Mayor and members of the council, yes, in order to provide direction to staff, if it's deemed appropriate, in order to be absolutely clear about what that direction is going to be, it can be done by motion. It's not, the result of the motion is not legally binding on the council, and so therefore it's not a legal action in that sense.
It's to clarify.
Agenda.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's to clarify and with the direction, with a definitive consensus by vote.
Right.
Okay. Well, then, just to the point, the motion that was made, and please, if the maker would confirm this for me, that we are talking about this $600,000, simply
Correct.
the $600,000
Correct.
straight away,
Mm-hmm.
with all other terms. Oh, that just on that basis. Okay. The difference is that the $864,000 that's indicated on the screen, $200,000 was going to, simply $200,000 was going to be paid, with the city paying all of the rest, $600,000 plus whatever other shortfall. This is just strictly to the $600,000.
Strictly for the 600.
Okay, and the second recognizes that as well, then. Okay.
So the CVB is only contributing, or will only take a hit for the $200,000, or are you including the $64,000?
The only thing that the direction as it is now, if I can be so bold.
Second, yeah.
Is that, okay, if you're satisfied with it. Okay, well, we do have that motion for direction. Now it's on the table and been seconded. Councilman Littlefield.
All right, so $600,000 out of the general fund, and any other shortfall has to be borne by them, which at the moment looks like $264,000.
No.
Is that right? Is that what I understand? And then also, as part of that, next year, we'll pay the $600,000 plus another $600,000 from the bed tax back to the general fund.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's our understanding, yes.
Well, no.
Yes, exactly. And that was the whole point of my original plan was, in fact, both payments for the Westworld improvements will still be made out of the bed tax, which is exactly what we decided and what I think the voters decided. So I think, so number one, we're not doing in the general fund. Both payments for this year and next year will still come out of bed tax funds. That's I think that's important for the public to know. But secondly, I am looking at this a little different. So this is saying that if it does end up $864,154.98 short, we'll make up $600,000, and the CVB will have to make up the $264,154, which is a slight change from what we originally proposed, right? And that's what's been moved and seconded.
Yes.
Okay.
That's not
All right. Okay. So is that right?
No, that's not.
No, that is right now, but there may be a
That's what
question.
that's what Councilman Ecton proposed. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's what's on the floor, is that the city makes up 600,000, and they make up 264, or actually whatever the difference ends up being. That's your motion. And who seconded that?
I seconded it, but I wanted the maximum exposure to the CVB to be capped at 200,000, so that's why I asked for the clarification if we were just voting on the 600,000. So I'm going to withdraw my second. I have a sense it's going to pass nonetheless, but I'll withdraw my second.
Do we have a second then to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. So the motion's been made and seconded. There's no further discussion required. We're ready to vote then. All those in favor, please indicate by aye and register your vote. Those opposed, please indicate by nay and register your vote. Aye.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3 with Councilwoman Borowski declining, Vice Mayor Clapp declining, and Councilman McCullough opposing. So thank you very much for the presentation and the information. Now that is direction and by majority vote. Move right along to item 41.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving to the next item, we're going to be talking about the CVB contract. That may be affected, at least in terms of the exact numbers, by the direction we just received. The proposal before you basically is to continue the contract as it has been done in recent years. The distinction on this coming contract there are three things that distinguish it. First of all, we propose a 2-year contract. There are several reasons for that. The principal reason is that allows for better planning, longer-term planning for the CVB, for their marketing program, and actually helps us when our work with the TDC to look down the road a bit in terms of what potential things we can accomplish with the money available. The second piece is that we've arranged in the contract to deal with the question of shortfall, as well as a question of what if there's additional money beyond what we'd estimated for the year. As things stand, we have a contract that says that this agreement is that the CVB will receive the destination marketing portion of the bed tax income, or 50% of the total amount. That agreement is that we will assure them that they will get the 50% both on the upside as well as on the downside. So that is something that would be different in our past contracts, but it does accommodate what has occurred through the vote this year. And the third piece really relates to whether or not we identify two major events, they're the cost of two major events, being the Fiesta Bowl contract and the P.F. Chang Marathon, as either a city cost, so to speak, or a destination marketing cost. Historically, how that has been handled with the CVB's contract is that there is essentially a base contract with the CVB for X amount of dollars, and then we have had two additional contracts with them that they administer on behalf of the city and negotiate on behalf of the city which is now a long-term contract, with the Fiesta Bowl and with P.F. Chang. The Fiesta Bowl becomes important as you look at the numbers in the first column there for 10-11, becomes important because it is accompanied by our involvement and support of the BCS championship game, and that amount occurs or increases the amount of money spent on the Fiesta Bowl every 4 years. So if you look down, then the contract amounts 5.295, that is an estimate of half of the bed tax that would be received next year. The Fiesta Bowl amount is $491,000. This year, $236,000. The difference is the fact that the BCS game will be played here this year, and that's part of our contract. We have a 20-year contract for that. There is the word pending below that. The pending should actually read $90,000 pending. That is the amount that's being discussed for the P.F. Chang Marathon, but there is not a contract in place as of today. That total would bring the total contracts, 3 contract amount in total, to $5.78 million with the Convention Bureau next year. Most of that would be destination marketing money, and that's the original $5.2 million, and the remaining contracts we have with them would be separate. We have treated in this contract that the money for the Fiesta Bowl and for P.F. Chang are costs incurred from the tourism program that then are contracted to the destination marketing program to be implemented. That was the arrangement when we started this, and that's what we're proposing to be continued. So the numbers you see are fairly simple. There are some additional things I will point out just briefly on the contract, which I think I just went through.
Mr. Stewart, if I could just interrupt for a moment, a question. My concern is that when we set up a stipulated dollar amount like we're talking about, it seems to be indicated in these contracts, we're ending up lining ourselves up for the same kind of problem we have right now. And that if there's a shortfall for the cash on the bed tax, the city takes the hit. Automatically, whatever it is we're committed to in the way of whether it's now debt service, as we'd like to be able to start arranging on these things, or other things that might end up with fixed costs. I'd be much more comfortable, since we are talking about, and even the ballot indicated 50% of whatever receipts there were, that it become then the destination marketing portion, and 50% would come to the city. Could be subject to some of the things we've just talked about, but setting a specific dollar amount just leaves it with the city every time. We line ourselves up with the same situation.
Mayor, thank you for that question. Let me see if I can respond to that. What we were concerned about that, obviously, what you just went through the conversation clearly indicates the challenge of shortfalls. In our contract, what it states is that the CVB handling the destination marketing program for us would receive 50% of the actual bed tax number for the year. If the bed tax number falls short, they can either cut their budget during the year based on a new estimate, or we will reduce it from their next year 50% number. So there will not be a shortfall in the sense that the CVB will get any more than half of the money regardless of the total. If we are fortunate that it goes beyond our estimate, then we will look at adding some additional money to their next year's contract. So if it falls short, they're either going to pay us directly or we're going to take it from their next year's budget. If it comes higher, then we will contribute additional monies to the next year's budget.
I would almost rather that the contract read that it is 50% of the receipts from bed tax, which are currently forecasted at this amount. It leaves the CVB in specific control to contract, rather to follow and to make whatever adjustments they need to throughout the period of time, just as we do as a city. So that'd be my preference, but we do have a couple of other questions. Let me go ahead and go to that right now. Councilman, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add perhaps a clarifying comment. I don't have the contract in front of me, and I'm not sure whether you do, Harold, but I saw several iterations of this, and I think where the contract ended up was from time to time during the year, the city will estimate what it thinks the bed tax is going to be. It obviously starts out at a given number, but from time to time we estimate if it's going to be higher or lower, and then based on that estimate, we adjust the CVB receipts for the remaining calendar months of that fiscal year. Is that, Harold, still the way the contract reads?
We will actually work with the CVB staff and look at how to adjust expenses during the year if in fact there appears to be a shortfall. What we don't want to end up happening is that they are caught at the end of the year trying to make up a shortfall or taking a substantial amount of money out of their following year budget to balance things out. So what we normally do now, Mayor, is quarterly we go through and look at both performance as well as expenditures from the CVB That is something we can certainly end up doing on a monthly basis, which will help us then track both our numbers, as in bed tax income, and expenditures on the CVB side. The staff has a very good working relationship with the Convention Bureau, and those are the kind of adjustments that we would look at during the year, that if we need to make an adjustment, and especially if we need to make a formal adjustment to the contract, we would do someplace along the tracking of the year.
Harold, and you know, I appreciate your sensitivity to this, but I still have a significant concern when city funding in Section 4 indicates, and this is 4.1.1, it says the total amount of marketing funds that the city shall provide under this agreement for the year 2010-11 is $5,295,833. Now, there may be some other provisions, but that's pretty definitive. And what I guess when I read that originally, my concern is that we're in a very similar position to where we were before, and that's that when the shortfall occurs, and I know that we have a close working relationship, but they are a contract agent, and we right now, under a ballot measure, are indicated at 50% of the total. We both have to be playing with the same deal, and definitive numbers are a difficult thing. You know, they can work with the same forecast we're working with, but they're still subject to 50%. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think if you look down to section 4.4, that is the section where we are trying to true things up to the actual bed tax funds collected. And there's a lot of words there, but basically it says if the city at any time determines that the total amount that the city actually collects during the year will be lower. So if we determine at some point in time that it's going to be lower than our earlier estimate, then it reads on to say that we will increase or decrease the remaining contractual months by the amount required.
Yeah, and I see that, and I thank you, Mr. Smith, for pointing that out, but there's no reference even back to 4.1.1, and I'm not an attorney, but I will say that this kind of wording, even though we have a close working relationship, could end up with some confusion as to what we absolutely have a commitment to do versus what kind of adjustment we would make. That's my concern, but I'd like to hear from some of the rest of the council if they share it or if they have others. So let me hold off on that. Councilman Littlefield.
Okay, when we budget for an item, we can never spend more than we budget for, but we can spend less. So my understanding is the way that this was put together, and correct if I'm wrong, was there's a maximum, and if there's a shortfall, which we have to put that out for budgeting purposes. But if there's a shortfall, Section 4.4 says that if the actual amount is lower, then we'll take that out of their contract. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, so there we go. Bottom line is if you read this, is that if the bed tax funding comes in less than the amount in the contract, they will get less. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's based upon in the end, it's based upon the gross bed tax,
Yes.
half of the gross bed tax.
Okay, so they're never going to get more than the 50% of what's collected. Am I correct?
No. Read on in section. Read on in section 4.4. The last sentence of 4.4 deals with a situation where if the city determines that the total amount of tax that it collects during the year will be higher than we had estimated. The purpose of 4.4 is to, if it comes in short, to cut their contract. If it comes in higher, to increase their contract. Essentially, 4.4 is intended to bring it exactly to 50%.
Yeah, that's what I said. So I actually
they
wasn't.
will get more.
I actually wasn't wrong. Anyway, not that I care about that. But my point is whatever 50% is of the amount of bed tax that comes in, that's what they're going to get under this contract. Am I right about that? Then there you go. I think that's exactly what the voters intended, and I think that's exactly what we want to do here. So if it's less than the forecast amount, they'll get less. If it's more, they'll get more. Okay. I don't see that as being a problem. I think that's exactly where we want to be.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. Councilman McCullough.
Well, I think the mayor's got this one exactly right. The ballot language was clear, and the intent was clear, If we're supposed to give them 50% of the tax revenues, why don't we write them a check every month for 50% of the tax revenues? I don't know how it could be any simpler than that. Then there isn't any discussion about the potential hazard that the mayor referred to earlier of overpaying or underpaying or having this discussion again next year or all of the conferences that we've had with them over the last couple of weeks. Write them a check for half of the money that comes in and draft the agreement to that effect. I just don't know how it could be any simpler than that. The other thing is, this is the first year on a new arrangement. I don't know why you'd go to a 2-year contract. And in regard to any contract, does this contract call for any accounting or financial accountability from them to have some idea of how they spend the money?
Mayor, Councilman McCullough, a couple of points. First, on the last point, yes, in fact, there's a right to audit statement in the contract, so the city can audit the work that's being done, the money being spent that involves city funds.
Do you have any reason to believe that they'd provide you with the financial information, or is there some obligation created by this agreement?
We have had audits before for the CVB, and those have been worked well. I think there was an audit several years ago. I don't remember the last time. It was a fairly modest audit. But regardless, we have that ability. We have.
Does the agreement call that out?
Yes, the agreement refers directly to audits. To respond to another part of your question, and that is, writing a check monthly versus setting an estimated budget amount. The challenge that comes there is that since we do our reporting, we get our money in arrears, so to speak, from the people that pay their bed tax and sales tax. Before we could write the first check to the CVB would be in the month of September. Because since we're zeroing out the current fiscal year, we would be unable to write a check until then. And throughout the rest of the year, and in the time of year when they're doing a lot of their purchasing of advertising and other kind of marketing materials, we would be giving them the lowest amount of money because that comes from the lowest season in terms of bed tax numbers. So when they start getting the large amounts of money to actually activate the program would be essentially after the season's over.
So they'd have to manage their accounts. They'd have to budget. They can budget or we can budget.
Well,
but I don't understand what relationship there is between what you just said and paying them as the money comes in, because that's the city's obligation, is to pay them half of the money that comes in.
Mayor, Councilman McCullough, I think the biggest challenge is that we have expectations under our performance requirements in the contract that are designed to be paid for, and the service that we get is designed to be paid for on a moving basis through the year. And if they load it up, again, talking about our specific services that we're requiring, they have other things that they do for Paradise Valley and also working with their members. But for our contract, we have a specific contract for services. Our expectation is that they will be going full bore on our program work early in the year. If they accommodate whatever they can afford based on low payments, we may not accomplish our performance objectives.
Well, who's the very first person to know what the bed taxes are going to look like?
We have an estimate from our finance staff.
No.
Well, your hotel operators.
The hotel operators. Bingo. That's who knows first. The people who constitute the board and membership of the CVB and the Tourism Development Commission. They know before we do what the revenues are going to look like. So they could give us projections instead of the other way around.
Mayor, Councilman McCullough, we do actually use, especially the members of our TDC who are hoteliers, to provide some of that input as we do estimates throughout the year.
How's that working for us? That was just a rhetorical question. That's not necessary to answer it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Councilwoman Borowski.
I think the mayor raises a good point, but I'd like to hear from the CVB. I'd like to hear from Rachel or Mike, whichever. Have you thought through just having a 50% identifying payment in the contract instead of a dollar amount? Can you talk to us about that, please?
Well, and obviously, no, absolutely, please. And we do have cards from both Rachel and Jack Miller, so if you both would like to speak toward it, or one.
Thank you. Mayor Lane, Vice Mayor Clapp, Councilwoman Borowski, and other members of the council. Let me answer your question first, and I would like to speak a little bit to the entire contract, if I may. We have worked with city staff and with Kelly Ward, who was the legal counsel from the city on this, and expressly had said that we are more comfortable having 50% called out in our contract. And I believe that there is language, actually I know that there is language in the contract right now that says 50%. Will go to the CVB as the voters mandated, and 50% will be from the bed tax for the city to expend on capital projects, on administration, on research, on events, and other things that are deemed by the council for tourism expenditures. So that is in our contract, and we are very comfortable with that.
So just to clarify, would you promote removing the actual dollar amount that's set forth in section 1.1, I believe it was, 1.1.1?
You know, from our standpoint, excuse me, I'm sorry.
And just leave as the term, the payment term, 50%. I mean, that seems to make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, it would save you all a lot of time from being down here and, you know, trying to explain to us why you're, quote unquote, over budget or what have you. So I completely agree with what the mayor's pointed out. That section obligates us to pay you that set amount, and we've all seen how it's nearly, well, maybe not impossible, but extremely difficult to accurately project what those figures will be.
All I can say is from the CVB standpoint and what Prop 200 was all about, the CVB doesn't, we want 50% as the voters mandated, no more, no less. And we're certainly willing to work with the city to see what best suits their financial services, but we do feel that 50% in our contract must be stated and is stated.
Thank you, Councilwoman Borowski. I just would want to get a couple things clear, and I think maybe it's Harold that might be able to answer this. Number one, you know, as I stated before, I think in stating the dollar amount, even with some equivalent additional terms and conditions that sort of clarify it, it does nothing but confuse it and puts us back in a potential position where we are right now, even having the discussion. 50%, as is indicated on the ballot, would be perfectly clear, and it's something that I think the CVB would be able to manage separately without us getting involved with some kind of balancing at the end or otherwise, manage the time of the contract. But something that came out as you were talking about this, I'm wondering, how much do we bank the CVB? Do we pay in advance of the money we receive right now?
Mayor,
I realize we have commingled funds in a general fund, but we actually paying, I presume, from what you were saying, we're paying in advance, so if there's any fluctuation, we're, you know, seasonally through the year, we're covering them.
Mayor, yes, that the contract historically has had essentially a 1/12 payment every month. That very likely does not match up with what's going on with the bed tax. The summer months are very slow in terms of generating bed tax. The first quarter of the year is when we generate all the money. You know, we could certainly work with the CVB to make monthly payments or whatever. My question would be, when we get to the month of July, would we write them a check or not, and if we would, on what basis? And whether or not that is going to then allow them to meet our performance objectives, because we have tied the two together very tightly. So we can certainly move the payment schedule approach from a fixed amount to a variable amount. I do not know, though, how that would affect their ability to perform under our contract. And it's also then would be a question mark, at least for the first couple of months, on what, if anything, we would write them a check for, because we don't have a basis at this point to write one.
Well, if we're ahead of time, we would have, there'd be a lapse right immediately. In fact, if we've been paying in advance, then whatever time it took for us to get back on a schedule where we're actually working with actual numbers, 50% of an actual number, there'd undoubtedly be some kind of delay. But that 1/12 thing does put us in that same kind of problem. toward the end of the year. If we end up with a similar situation we had this year and the year before, and that's with declining bed tax revenues, it becomes a problem. Yeah, obviously, if it's going the other direction, this is not an issue at all. I mean, truly, you're getting 50% of an improving number, hey, you're far better off. You're not worrying about that or settling up at the end of the year. And frankly, if it's anything to motivate, to push Scottsdale and make sure those numbers are continuing to go up, it would be a great way to continue going forward. But I would say that really to try to avoid this kind of scenario, even under the current ballot proposition with the bed tax increase and, of course, with the 50-50 split, I would say just stay away from the dollar amount. If you want to have an amendment that says that the forecast is this and this is what you're talking about, but not tie it to payments, just tie it to 50% of the payments, the bed tax receipts. Councilman Littlefield.
Okay, let's cut to the chase here. When we originally put this on the ballot, I remember when you all were down here and Tom Silverman was down here and we talked about how this allocation would be, and Tom Silverman actually was standing at that podium at the time, and he said, we want to stick with a 50-50 split and we will live or die by 50%, right? That's what the voters heard, that's what we heard, and that's what the voters approved by 60-40 roughly. Now, simple question which I think I had the answer to before, but I'm going to ask it again. Is that what this contract achieves? Does it achieve that 50% split? And more specifically, if the amounts are lower, theirs goes down accordingly, and if they're higher, it goes up accordingly and always ends at 50%. Yes or no?
That's correct, Councilman.
There we go. That's all I wanted to know. That being the case, I move that we adopt Resolution 8357.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to accept this proposal as it is. Councilman, but there are two to speak to it. And does the second want to speak to it or a second?
Yes, I agree. If the contract achieves the 50%, that's the most important thing. And I think as a practical matter, we have to have a dollar amount, as you suggested, because and it would seem that the budget of the CVB is probably predicated on 1/12th payment each month, I'm assuming, if that's what they've been receiving in the past. So if you have a dollar amount, you know what your July payment will be because it's based on a dollar amount. And however, the contract reads in such a way that throughout the year, if you're paying certain established amounts each month, that somewhere along the line you're going to be evaluating whether you're getting ahead or behind. So you have to have a dollar amount in order to start making payments. Obviously, as you get into later months, now you'll know probably what is in August, in September, probably what July's receipts were, and you can start then monitoring it. But I don't see how you could possibly administer this contract without having a dollar amount in there so that you can establish what the payment would be. And then you just monitor it as you go. When you finally know what the receipts are, when they start coming in, you have actual receipts in hand, then you can reconcile all that as the time goes on. And that's when somewhere down the road you say, okay, bed taxes are not coming in as high as we expected, so we're going to have to make some adjustments in what the payments will be from now forward. And it seemed to me then the actual amount could be adjusted at that time so that whatever it was in July now changes so that in December we now have a payment which would go on for the next few months that's lower until we can monitor it again. Am I correct in that assumption and the way it works?
Mayor, Councilwoman Clapp, excuse me. Yes, we will, Vice Mayor Clapp, excuse me. We will be working with the CVB, and that's one of the suggestions that we spent a lot of time talking about is making adjustments to the year so there aren't big exceptions at the end, because it has an impact on their programming, has an impact on whether or not we achieve our performance objectives.
Right. So as my point is the dollar amount really gets you started with your payment plan to the CVB. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Ecton.
I'm in agreement with the motion that was made. I think that there may still be some technicalities in how we pay and how often the adjustment is made, but that's something staffs need to work out so that it is not a hardship on either side. So I do support that motion.
Thank you, Councilman Ecton. You know, it is a matter of adjustment throughout the year. The easiest way to have the adjustments throughout the year is to adjust it each month as the receipts come in. To be worrying about how we adjust through the year, and when we're doing a 1/12 distribution, you're going to end up with a situation just like we have. This is the old system. This is exactly what we've been doing. 1/12 a year, or 1/12 a month, going through the year, and then we have to reconcile at the end of the year, and we're back here with these pleadings. I would only say that real simply, real easily, the adjustments are made throughout the year, just like we talked about in a calculated plan, would be to have it as 50% of the proceeds as they're received. It's a small matter, I suppose, but you know, if this passes, as I think it probably will, as in its present form, we're just going to be here a year from now. Well, let's put it this way. I hope not to be. I very much hope not to be, because I hope the market's going the other direction and this isn't an issue at all. But if it is, I'd hate to be back here with the same kind of complaints and looking for the city to pick it up somewhere or other. And that's the problem I have with it. It's a relatively minor point. I'm not opposed to the overall concept of the deal, but I just wish that we would just tie it, as the ballot indicated, to 50%. The adjustments would come as they should. So that would be my only, I suppose, plea on this situation. And there doesn't seem to be any other comment on this. I guess I will say that in view of the fact that there does not seem to be support for a modification to make it simply on the basis of 50% of the bed tax collected.
Let's vote.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's not a... Mr. Washburn, if I were to offer a motion, now not identical, but to change that provision as I've just discussed, does that become a separate motion, an alternative motion?
Mayor, members of the council, you can move to amend the motion that's been offered, or you can offer a substitute motion.
In the amendment, then, that it's voted first?
The Mayor, members of the council, the amendment is voted on. Assuming the amendment receives a second, it is voted on.
I understand. Well, then I'd like to make the motion that we change it to a 50% of collected bed tax as a distribution, and it's reflected in the contract that way.
Second.
I'll second. Oh.
Okay.
You seconded that?
I believe Councilman Borowski. Excuse me. Well, with the amended motion made and seconded, is there a comment by Councilman Ecton? Yes, on this. Councilman Ecton.
Yes, I need to ask a question to Rachel on this, if you would. I don't have any problem with the concept, but the realities are, in some months, we won't have any information. So what does that mean? They don't get any payment. In some months, where taxes are coming in at a larger level, so their funds flow is going to be impacted significantly. Can you live with the kind of proposal that was just made? Can you address that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman Ecton, I think it would be very difficult for us, as we start from scratch every year, to plan for a program, as an example with our seasonality, that front loads, as an example, if we want to put our advertising budget in the fall to impact our season, we have to make sure that our funds are available. So it is difficult, of course, because every year we start from scratch. Our obligation is that we spend all of our dollars from the previous year at the end of that fiscal year, that we start completely over. So I believe that what we have been talking to the city about was having some sort of reconciliation, whether there is an amount, and it could be based on what the monthly is until you actually get actuals, and that then you start performing against the actuals. And again, when there is if there is a shortfall, then that could be taken out of that fiscal year with those actuals, and that at the end of the fiscal year, as the actuals are all audited, if there was an overage, that those monies would be paid to the CVB in the following fiscal year. But any downturn would be addressed in the current fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ecton. Councilman Littlefield.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this because we're going to end up spending the same amount of money, but we're going to do so in a way that makes that money less effective. Why would we do that? I just don't understand why. If we're still going to end up spending 50%, I've asked the same question over and over again. Does this contract end up with them getting 50% of the bed tax? Yes. All right. Why would we then throw in a stipulation, if you will, that makes that money less effective, that makes it harder for them to do the advertising program that we and the voters asked them to do? So I'm completely opposed to this. I think it just we end up spending the same amount, but we make that money less effective. So I don't know why we would do this. I think it's an extremely bad idea.
Thank you, Councilman Littlefield. And though it's difficult for me to disagree with my esteemed colleague here to my left, I will tell you that it does not necessarily make it ineffective or less effective. It frankly just applies the same set of guidelines that we have to as a city and as an organization deal with at the same time, fluctuating levels. We're either banking it, or we have reserves, or we borrow if it's necessary. I don't see that that's happening, but nevertheless, if we were to commit this money on the other side, on our 50%, and we are fronting money in a lower period of time, we're not going to have the funds available without drawing down upon something else and sacrificing something else ourselves if we're in that position. So I think it's entirely logical, and it frankly avoids if there is another downturn. And again, I want to speak on the positive side, is that I hope this doesn't even come into play again. But it is a contract, and it's contract based upon the bed tax distribution. I think it makes altogether good sense, and it doesn't get us all gobbledygook in whether we make adjustments during the year. Everybody's working with the same rule book. So in any case, there seems to still be, Councilman Littlefield, I don't think this counts again. You can't do this again. But Vice Mayor Clapp.
Well, I think it's very illogical, and it puts the CVB in a bad position. They will get the bulk of the bed tax coming in. If I'm right about this, probably the biggest months are January, February, March for bed tax, which means that they will get the bulk of their money toward the end of their fiscal year, and so at the beginning of the year when they have to expend the money, they won't have enough money coming in to spend it. It's going to be not a good idea, and as Councilman Littlefield said, if we can follow the contract the way it's written, there's an amount that's established. It will be adjusted throughout the year based on what the actual bed tax amounts are, and we won't put them in a position of having to get their money, the bulk of their money. And anybody who's in the retail business, hotel business, understands how seasonal this is and how all of your money comes in the space of about 4 months of the year. So if we do this, we're going to put them at a real disadvantage, and I would imagine their budget isn't set up to do this, and I believe that's what Rachel said. So I think it's a very illogical idea.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Littlefield.
Actually, I hope the amendment is defeated so we can go back to the original motion.
I know my number was up there. I was just going to say that what you're saying is somebody's going to have to pay the carrying cost of paying money that hasn't come in yet. It can be the CVB or the city, and somebody's going to have to manage the smoothing of the cash flow, and it can either be the CVB or the city. But the city's obligation is to provide 50% of the revenues when they come in, and that's what we ought to do. And the mayor is right, and I support his amendment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't going to speak again, but then Ron kind of rattled my cage here. We do this all the time during the year. Smooth stuff back out between peaks and valleys of revenue and expenses. There's nothing odd about that. It all balances out at the end of the year. That's the point. And as long as it all balances out at the end of the year, then we're fine. I don't understand why we would make it harder for the CVB to do their job. I mean, that's why we give them this money, is to go market. That's why the citizens supported giving it to them, is so they can go out and market Scottsdale. And I don't know why we would insist on giving them the same amount of money, but doing so in a way that makes it harder for them to do their job and makes the money less effective. It just seems like we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So, anyway.
Well, since you spoke again on that, I'm going to have to say that you're talking about turning over really the control to the CVB of the funds that are due to them. And whether it's up, down, or sideways, they're controlling it, they're managing it, and I think that's the way it ought to be. If it comes back to us, they'll be similar, and with all due respect, it'll just come back to the idea, hey, we're out there, we've spent this money, and we need some help. And you know how important all of this is, and we do. So it'd be just as well, it's a contract, that it'd be at arm's length and that they handle it. Councilman Acton, and I think that should be the end of it.
Thank you. Well, I think the mayor's forgetting one thing. The city has many more reserves to override the fluctuations of the economy and what have you. The CVB doesn't have that ability to have the kind of reserves to survive major ups and downs, and I think it just doesn't make sense to do it that way. I think they need a steady flow of income, and we've all agreed, and Councilman Littlefield is right, that it's going to end up 50-50, and that's going to be the balancing, and they're not going to be coming back to us to fund their shortages or whatever, or their overages. So I think we're in perfect agreement, and we both understand what each party's going to do, and to juggle and make it difficult to operate on a day-to-day basis just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further comment. I think we're ready to vote on the amendment, which would be to amend it to 50% of, as in accordance with the ballot measure. All those in favor, please indicate by aye and register your vote. Aye.
No.
Nay.
I'm sorry, Suzanne. Okay. It's either for or against. Right now, how did you vote?
Your amendment. I voted against your amendment.
Okay, then you should have a no indicated, but you have a...
It's not registering a no.
Okay, all right, well then we'll amend it on the screen here. The motion, the amendment passes 4-3 with Councilman Acton, Vice Mayor Clapp, and Councilman Littlefield opposing. So with the amendment, is there a need to vote on the original?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, yes. You're now supposed, now you voted to amend the motion, and now you're supposed to vote on the amended motion.
No, vote on the amended motion, or?
Mayor and members of the council, yes. It's as strange as it seems. You vote on whether or not to amend the motion, and then then you've agreed to amend the motion, and then you vote on the amended motion.
Do we need a new motion then?
No, because the amended motion is pending. It's already been brought.
Okay. We'll take it. No, we have to vote on the amended motion. Okay. So we now have...
I'll be that's a no.
So now, if you're in favor of the amended contract, indicate by aye and register your vote, and nay if you're opposed, and register your vote.
Nay.
The amended contract motion carries 4-3. And that was, and I mean, I don't know if we were stated in the original, but that was to adopt Resolution 8357 with the attached contracts as amended. Is that correct, Mr. Washburn?
Mayor, members of the council, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, then we're completed with, and that does go for the 2-year contract as it is. The only amended was that one provision.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Completes item 41. Takes us to item 42, bed tax allocation. And this is, of course, a request, a presentation, discussion, and direction to staff regarding allocation of the Tourism Development Program funds for fiscal 2010-11, and if desired, direction to staff regarding the preparation of a written policy or ordinance for handling such allocations in the future. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. With the election and the change in the bed tax amount, the expectation for the coming year is that we will generate enough bed tax that when divided in half, partially for destination marketing, partially for other activities, the city's share will be $5.29 million, which is the amount also for the contract for the CVB. We looked at various things that would be attached to that funding going into the fiscal year and proposed for you several options on how to allocate the money for the year. And I'll just walk down through this because it reflects, and there will be a couple of small changes based upon your previous actions. The first thing is to take of the 50%, which is a number we'll refer to throughout. That's the part that is not for marketing. We will take 20% and deliver that to the general fund. That's about $1 million. That can be calculated differently, which would change the number to the general fund on a positive side about $200,000, but on the negative side would take $200,000 away from capital or some other activity. The Westworld debt service, we have $600,000. That is the normal payment, the regular annual payment for debt service at Westworld. We've set aside event development money for some new events that are in the offing, an amount for research and development, which is the amount we have in this year's program, and then a shortfall repayment, that is the $600,000 that you voted on earlier. We would reduce off of that now the $70,000 difference, and then the money for the Rock and Roll Marathon and the Fiesta Bowl contracts. Some improvement money for Westworld. Those things all added up well, the Westworld money, first of all, would be for capital kinds of improvements, and then there would also be an additional $1 million for capital money available. So if you'd like to ask some questions about those numbers, I'll be happy to answer them. The point behind this is this being the first year of the new funding, that we did not offer you specific policies on how to divide the money and how to either through a policy, a formal policy or an ordinance or some effect, because we are not absolutely positive, obviously, what the absolute number will be in the end. And also there were a number of items that will be charged off against the bed tax the first year that will not be charged off the second year. And I'll just show you a quick comparison, and we can go back to this year's recommendation. If you look forward to next year, taking that first column A, and I just moved it over to the next slide. If you look in 2011-12, you can see that in the end, I won't go through all the numbers, but next to the bottom line on the right-hand side, that in the next fiscal year, 10-11, there's about $1 million plus money for Westworld, $1 million for capital. The second year, a little reduction for Westworld, but you end up with $2.3 million of capital money. So as we clear out this first set of balancing the shortfall, repaying the money, or making essentially a double payment for Westworld, we end up with a substantial increase in available funds for capital projects or whatever the council might choose in the second year. So our suggestion was, and looking at it from our standpoint of trying to plan the activities, is in sometime along in the middle of this year to come back to you and see what our experience is on the bed tax, see what our experience is with getting these various activities going, and talk about then whether or not you'd like to do formal policy that sets aside how you're going to handle the money each year, or if you prefer to leave it a more relaxed policy practice. So that is, to go back, I'm sorry. So we're looking at we're looking at the differences, different possibilities next year. The major difference, if you move to column B, was to ask the Convention and Visitor Bureau to to assume the cost of the money for the cost for the Fiesta Bowl NPF Chang contract. We did not make that recommendation, as you see in column A, because we felt that those were add-on contracts, but that is one area where you could at least consider making that change. In column C, we did several things. We reduced what would go to event development, reduced the amount of money going to Westworld, and also did not use the city portion, if you want to say it that way, for the Rock and Roll Marathon. The Tourism Development Commission suggested essentially column A. The only difference in their recommendation was that they did not place money into the general fund as part of their formula. The other items would have been covered in one way or the other with their recommendation. So that is essentially the numbers you have to work with. As I went through it, you can certainly add and subtract these any number of ways, but that seemed to make good sense in terms of programming for next year, based upon, obviously, your approval and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Number one, I have an apology to make. I thought when Rachel Sacco came up to answer questions that I was the card, and I apologize for that. If you had an additional time to talk, I'm missing that on item 41. And also Jack Miller, who looks like he may have exited stage right on that same screw-up, so I'm sorry. I apologize for that. But if we could, I'd like to have two speakers who are looking to speak on this topic, and that's starting with Rachel this time, and followed by Kate Birchler. Would you rather reverse that? And Kate?
Good evening, Mayor Lane, members of the City Council. I'm Kate Birchler. I reside here in Scottsdale. I'm chair of the Scottsdale Tourism Development Commission. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on item number 42 and the importance of using the city's half of bed tax revenue for an investment in tourism-related capital projects, operating expenditures, and special events. Proposition 200, as approved by the voters in March, stated that bed tax revenues would be allocated as follows: 50% for destination marketing, as we just discussed, and 50% for tourism-related event support, tourism research, tourism-related capital projects, and other eligible uses. The Scottsdale Tourism Development Commission, the Scottsdale Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Scottsdale Tourism Industry supported Prop 200 based on this language. On behalf of the Tourism Development Commission, our recommendation is for our recommendation is for the investment of its half of the funds into operating expenditures, special events, and capital projects that will continue to make Scottsdale one of the world's best cities in which we live and encourage visitors. This includes the city funding, as it has from the beginning, the city's event contracts with the Fiesta Bowl and Rock and Roll Marathon. We also hope that you'll dedicate considerable portion of the city's half of bed tax revenues into funding tourism-related capital projects to help construct future Westworld improvements along the way to Desert Discovery Center, the Scottsdale Museum of the West, and other projects. In order to continue our destination success, we believe we need the dollars for building and attracting events and attractions, as well as dollars for promoting these amenities to potential visitors around the world. This is not only an investment in the tourism industry and our destination now, but more importantly for the future vision. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration regarding how to best allocate the city's bed tax revenues for the benefit of our community, and most importantly, thank you very much for your support of the Scottsdale tourism industry and its future vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birchler. Rachel Sacco, please.
Thank you, Mayor Lane, Vice Mayor Clapp, and members of the council. The first thing I would like to say is I would like to just thank you for acknowledging that in the previous slide that Mr. Stewart put up, that the bed tax fund is not the CVB's budget. The bed tax is made up, as you know, that fund is made up of all the collections of the bed tax that have incurred since 1977, but that is not the CVB's budget. The CVB's budget, as I believe you do know, is only the contract that you have with us. All of the other elements that are funded via bed tax are actually part of the Tourism Bed Tax Fund. That is not the CVB's budget. This has been in existence since 1977, and the reason the original bed tax was actually enacted was in order to have a dedicated revenue stream to support tourism and to therefore enhance Scottsdale's economy through the tourism industry. That has been a wonderful partnership, and the CVB has been a part of that since the inception of the bed tax. Here we are with a new contract trying to work out how we will make sure that we acknowledge the voters' wishes, with 50% of the bed tax proceeds going for destination marketing, and we are so privileged to be designated as your vendor for that, and 50% going for the good of building Scottsdale and holding events and other things that are important via the bed tax. However, in our contract, some things remain the same, and I do want to call those out. We have always had performance measures in our contract, which we have always met or in most cases succeeded. This contract will continue to have performance measures. We will continue to provide you the financial reports that you always have had for the last 24 years since I have been there. Every quarter you receive detailed financials from the CVB, and that is something that we plan to continue to do. Every year since the last 24 years, we have always had an annual audit. And every year we have had the clean audit, which I guess is their way of saying in audit language that is the best qualified way that you can exceed in your audit. We've also last year been selected to have an additional audit, a city audit, along with the Economic Vitality Department. Again, a clean audit, and it was actually seen that we are using certainly the funds for which they are intended, but we were also complimented on the policies and the way in which we handle our resources and our finances, so much that the city auditor recommended that we have a multi-year contract with the city. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware that our contract still holds us to accountable with performance measures, with financials, with audits, and certainly we, not only to the city, but to our many members, feel that kind of responsibility. So I thank you for your support tonight on behalf of our staff. Many of our staff from the CVB are here tonight. They are hardworking. They're really appreciative of the privilege of doing this work. I'd like to thank you on behalf of our board of directors, many of whom are also here tonight, who volunteer their time to make Scottsdale a better place through their expertise in the tourism industry. Also on behalf of our over 400 members who believe in the mission of the CVB and depend on you, council members and mayor, to make sure that the vision for the bed tax is upheld by you and also by the CVB. And lastly, on behalf of the entire tourism industry that employs 1 in 8 people in this community, that brings in $3.6 billion every year, and frankly keeps our taxes lower than any other valley community. Tourism is important. We appreciate your collective and your individual support and the opportunity to clarify perhaps some misconceptions about the CVB's financials, the CVB's ability to actually perform to our performance measures, and the way that we are here to carry out your vision for tourism and have since 1977. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Sacco.
Thank you.
I don't know whether the questions go addressed to you, but if you could stand by if there are. Thank you. Councilor questions from the dais, starting with Councilwoman Borowski.
I see that the TDC recommended a certain allocation of our 50% of the bed tax, but then in all of these options, we have a 20% general fund contribution, which I didn't see that in the TDC's recommendation. So if you could give me some input on that, please.
If I could, just before Kate steps up, what we try to do, Mayor, Councilwoman Borowski, what we try to do is take a combination of staff recommendations and the TDC rather than having a strong separate recommendation, but certainly
Thank you, Harold. Mayor, Councilwoman Borowski, thank you. I absolutely, we have no objection at all for funds going toward general fund. However, I think it's important to note that for every dollar that doesn't go to tourism-related capital projects, events, and operating expenditures is just one less dollar that's going to support the marketing of the destination, and I think that's really important. And if I may, I just wanted to point out one other thing that I thought was important to account, that the importance of According to staff estimates going forward for this year, the city's half of the bed tax revenue will be $5.3 million, and that's a significant increase of what has been in the past, which has been about $2 million that they've received in previous years. So I think that's important to note, too, just how much the city is going to, in fact, receive. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Do you have anything to add to that, Rachel? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Borowski. Councilman Ecton.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I need to understand what we're really going to be voting on tonight. Is this just for the 10-11 budget, or is this some kind of method we're locking in forever how we spend our money? Because I'm not in favor of locking in either one, how we spend it next year or how we spend our money in the future years. The TDC is an advisory organization or commission that makes recommendations on how we should do it. And generally speaking, I agree with their advice. But there are some items on here that things may happen during the year and in the future where we need more money for event development or we need more money for Westworld improvements. And we should have the flexibility to move that around. So maybe there's some items that should be locked in. Maybe there's some items that shouldn't. But I need some understanding of which direction, what kind of direction are you expecting here, and are we really going to be voting on something?
Mayor, Councilman Ecton, thank you for the question. The answer to your question is we do not expect this to be the model for any future years. This is in a process of allocating the first year money, gaining experience on how that actually works in terms of cash flow of taxes in, and when actual events take place. There are indeed the possibility of new items appearing mid-year where we may want to eliminate something or add something additional to capital or other. We wanted to have an opportunity for you to experience that. We would plan on coming back later in the year, probably about mid-fiscal year, and talk about whether or not the experience would seem to dictate the possibility of a fixed formula of some kind for allocation, or would we be better to continue the practice of annually committing or allocating funds that aren't committed long-term. So we do not propose this year to have you establish a formula or an ordinance or an absolute policy, but would come back to you later after we both have some experience with this and see if there should be something of that nature put in place.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And on that clarification, I would make a motion that we adopt preferred option A.
Second.
Okay, a motion's been made for adoption of option A and has been seconded. Does the second like to speak toward her motion? Number one, it's interesting because if we read what we've been asked to do here, and if desired, direction to staff regarding the preparation of a written policy or ordinance for handling such allocations in the future. So it definitely is part of a program of what we were intent on at least discussing here today, and something that has been discussed throughout, and more specifically at the time we authorized the movement of the proposition for the increase in the bed tax to the ballot, was that we were intent, rather than putting it on the ballot and classifying it under the allocation under that law and under that vote, that we would set out a policy. And one of the primary things that sold a number of people in the community, and myself included, was the fact that we would use a large percentage of this for capital projects that were tourist-related. And I think that if we don't do that, we are truly going against the will that we had set out ahead of time, that we would define this. And as I look at these options and recommendations, even though I don't take great exception with any of them, I know that the 20% for the general fund is funding internal city operations and economic vitality in that, and I guess that's been just determined as the amount that's going to be necessary. It is the only one that indicates a percentage, and which means that as those monies go up or down, it will be adjusted accordingly. All the rest of them are a set dollar figure. I would much prefer, personally, if our direction were more on an allocation basis, even in the current year, to say that a specific amount was going to be dedicated toward capital projects that are tourist-related. And as I look at this list, I look at Westworld indebtedness, $600,000. That's a capital project issue. Should be added into whatever total. In fact, I tallied it at $3.4 million and includes the items of Westworld debt service. And of course, in this first year, we're going to have the shortfall payment, which also qualifies for a capital improvement. Westworld improvements certainly qualify, as I've been told in the discussions to this point in time, as capital improvements, and then capital projects. Capital projects is the only number that sort of just falls out at the end. What my fear is with these kinds of things is we end up with something less for capital projects because we somehow overspend in some of the other categories of things. So my concern is, even though I don't necessarily oppose what's being recommended here, I would really like some clarity as to how it is we intend to use our part of the 50%, and specifically as to how it would go to capital projects as a percentage of that amount. I don't know if there's anybody who feels on a similar line, but it looks like either the city manager or the city attorney is using the button. Yes, Mr. Washburn.
Mayor, members of the council, I guess I too would like some clarity on what exactly it is that the council is doing at this point, because this is agendized for giving direction to staff. It's not agendized for any final legal action. So if the council votes to adopt option A by way of giving direction to staff, is the expectation then that staff would come back with an ordinance? Is the expectation that the staff would, as suggested by Mr. Stewart, wait until sometime later in the year when we see how things are going to play out and then come back with an ordinance? Or I guess if something further could be done to clarify exactly what's expected of staff to do with whichever option's adopted, that would be helpful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Washburn. And I think we'll probably have to at least consider that if there's an amendment or otherwise to the motion. At this point in time, Councilman McCullough would like to speak.
Yeah, I think when you look at these, the thing that is most obvious to me from, and you'll recall that I've been pounding the drum for tourism-related capital projects ever since the idea of putting this on the ballot came up. And so for that reason alone, I would support option C. And as a result of that, I would move for a substitute motion to accept option C instead of A, just because it has the tourism-related capital projects that I think that make this place a better place to live. It's something that our residents can enjoy as much as the tourists. And I'm reminded of the meetings that we've had recently in regard to public art and the fact that we're not generating any public art funds right now because there isn't any development going on, so there's no percentage of any development to invest in. And there's a place that we could start right off. So with that thought in mind, I'll move that as a substitute that we adopt option C.
Councilman, if I might, and I'd like to second this myself, but there is the one concern that I have, and that's if we translated this, if our direction, as Mr. Washburn just indicated, is to go toward the idea and the request that we have here, let me find it, direction to staff regarding preparation of a written policy or ordinance for handling such allocations in the future. If, in fact, if you're going that direction to either an ordinance or a policy, you need to be so stated. And the other is, if we somehow could combine these numbers that are absolutely for capital projects, the 1.966, the 250,000, the shortfall payment of 670, and the 600, and say that as a percentage, and frankly, translate the others into percentages so we have working balances to go forward with, or working amounts.
I see your point. You're talking about just for this year, but nonetheless, you have some idea of how you'll distribute if there's either an overage or an underage for that. That makes sense to me. I'm not sure that I would see the logic in including the 2009-2010 shortfall payment of $670,000 in the capital projects account, though. I mean, we've already said that that's going to be an operating expense, and it's going to be used to cover the shortfall for the CVBs.
Well, since we use it to cover what we considered a capital shortfall on that capital debt service, I just figured it's something we sort of have dedicated to that. I just assumed include it myself. You're talking about 1.3, 1.5.
Well, I like the idea. I like your idea of including it in the tourism-related capital projects, just because it'll only be a one-year expense, and maybe it's a start in the right direction for a policy on how to dedicate these funds. So I would go along with that.
So to accept the idea of combining those capital projects and translating them into percentages for a policy for this year.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to second that then. And that's so we do have two motions on the table, and incidentally, Councilman, if I might, to the clarification that Mr. Washburn asked about, this is a motion to direct on option A toward a policy.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so we have alternative motion on the table by Councilman McCullough, and that is to accept and direct the staff toward, on option C, toward the development of a policy and/or an ordinance for the current year, and then combining those numbers as percentages would determine.
Mayor, excuse me, if I could ask for a point of clarification, just so I understand. The missing number of 0 down here implies that the CVB would be responsible for the $585,000 in the coming fiscal year for the Fiesta Bowl and BCS Championship and PF Chang. Their contract as written does not include that as one of their responsibilities, so that is something we would either have to amend their contract or make an adjustment in your recommendation.
Geez, I'm sorry, Mr. Stewart, you lost me on that.
Okay.
Are we talking about on option C?
If you look at option, I apologize, Mayor, option C, where it says on the left-hand side refers to PF Chang's Rock and Roll Marathon and the BCS Fiesta Bowl. Looking at column C, what that would imply is if it's adopted as you have it, I believe as you have the motion at the moment, that $585,000 would either not have any funding or would become the responsibility of the CVB. So I just want to point that out because that is the implication of zeroing out that cost.
Okay, so that option C is the added amount goes into capital projects and not into those specific events.
Mayor, I believe our expectation would not be that capital would normally pay for those events. That's an operational expense. So it would have to be accommodated somewhere within the budgetary side in column C or reflected in the CVB contract. And we have had those discussions with the CVB, and they were not willing to agree to accept those charges because of the way we've contracted in the past.
I understand, and I appreciate you pointing that out. I'm going to withdraw my second on that because I'm not looking for that particular factor. What I'm really looking for is an intensity as best we possibly can on the capital improvement. So I apologize to Councilman McCullough, but withdraw that second if there is another second for that. Okay, we do have some other speakers who want to speak on this. Councilwoman Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the Westworld improvements and capital projects. Are they not one and the same? Or can you clarify?
Excuse me. Yes, Mayor, Councilwoman Nelson. They are both indeed capital. We identified the Westworld improvements as a particular project, although we could have been just incorporated in the capital money. There are a number of improvements we want to do at Westworld that relate both to existing events and potential events where these additional improvements will make us a bit more competitive.
Thank you, Councilwoman Nelson. Councilman Littlefield.
No, actually, when you were still considering option C, I was just going to point out that was another $585,000 cut in the CVB's budget. So, but thank God that went away.
I clarified it, yeah, and I apologize for that, because that was not my intent. But what I would ask is the maker on option A to consider in this direction that we collect the items that are clearly capital funding items for consideration, and that would be the Westworld debt service. It would also be the shortfall payment. It would be the Westworld improvements and capital projects. Figure that to a total and use that as a percentage, hopefully going forward, so that we can have some dedicated funds for debt service, as we're likely to try to develop.
I have no problem with that, and I would give that direction to staff and ask them to bring forward an ordinance or whatever.
Included in your motion?
Yes, yes.
Is this a second? Okay with that? Then okay, then we do just have one motion on the table, and Vice Mayor Clapp.
I just wanted to emphasize that I would agree with that. If we're talking about option A, we can call capital projects all the items that you listed, including the $1 million that's there at the bottom. So, you know, it's just we're just recategorizing is fine with me, but I would still recommend.
That's the only thing that's asking, and it's already been confirmed. Yeah.
Good.
That's not a problem, and really identifying these things as percentages, as we do with the general fund item, is what I would prefer. But okay, then there is one motion on the table, and I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion as it's been expressed and modified, please indicate by yes or aye.
Aye.
As opposed, aye.
Aye.
As opposed, please indicate by nay. I can't see. Councilwoman Nelson, I'm sorry, I can't. Okay. Motion passes, and 6-1 with Councilman McCullough opposing. That finishes our bed tax allocation direction, and it moves us right along in speedy fashion to our boards and commissions. So I'm going to be turning the meeting over to Vice Mayor Clapp to take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, the City Council will be nominating Scottsdale residents interested in serving on 7 citizen advisory boards and commissions. The 7 with vacancies are the Airport Advisory Commission, the Building Advisory Board of Appeals, the Housing Board, the Human Services Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Scottsdale Pride Commission, and the Transportation Commission. Those nominated will be interviewed at the City Council meeting on Tuesday, July 7th at 4 p.m., and appointments will follow each set of interviews. So the first commission is the Airport Advisory Commission. The commission assists staff and advises the City Council on the following aviation-related issues: maintenance and operations of the airport, rules, regulations, and minimum operating standards, the effects of airport operations and projects on the environment, proposed development, aviation-related fees, leases, land use policies, and the future role of the airport in safety matters. There are 2 openings on the Airport Advisory Commission, and there are 11 applicants. The applicants are Will Barno, Paula Birkenau, Ken Casey, Christine Covert, Michael Good, Bernard Hay, Arthur Rosen, this is a request for reappointment, William Schuckert, Connie Taxel-Arnold, P. Scott Waterhouse, and Eric White. So I'll now entertain nominations for the 2 vacancies on the Airport Advisory Commission. Since there's 2 openings, each councilman may nominate 2 people if they choose. We can start at the end with Councilwoman Nelson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just for clarification, can I make 2 nominations because there's 2 openings?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So I would like to nominate Michael Good and Will Schuckert.
Councilman McCullough.
Art Rosen.
Councilman Littlefield.
Ken Casey and Arthur Rosen.
Mayor?
Eric White.
Councilman?
Paula Burkennell.
I would add Connie Taxel Arnold and P. Scott Waterhouse.
I have no further.
Okay, so the following nominations. Do you want to show them again? Do we need to go back over them? Show them again. That's all right. I circled them. I can read them if you like. They were Paula Burkennall, Ken Casey, Michael Good, Arthur Rosen, William Schuckert, Connie Taxel Arnold, P. Scott Waterhouse, and Eric White will be interviewed. Next is the Building Advisory Board of Appeals. This board has the jurisdiction to recommend that minor variances in the electrical, plumbing, and mechanical application of the building code be granted and that alternative construction methods or materials be allowed. The board also recommends amendments to the code. Members to the board must be qualified by experience and training to pass on matters pertaining to building construction. There are 2 vacancies on the board, and there are 2 applicants. The applicants are Mike Bergfeld and Bill Schweikert. So I'll now entertain nominations for the Building Advisory Board of Appeals. And again, there's 2 openings, so you can make 2 votes. So we'll start with Councilman McCullough. Councilman Littlefield? We got it. Okay. We have 2 people to interview, Mike Bergfeld and Bill Schweikert. Next is the Housing Board. The Housing Board reviews and advises the City Council on HUD and federal program activities related to the Section 8 program and any potential funding related to their housing activities. The Board also advises the Council on federal grant applications and assesses the usefulness of the funding as programs mature. There are 4 applicants for 1 opening on the Housing Board. The applicants are Joseph Caher, Patricia Camacho, Dean D. McKelly, and Harold Roth. I'll now entertain nominations for the 1 vacancy on the Housing Board, and we'll start with Councilman Littlefield. Mayor?
Dean McKelly.
I nominate Patricia Camacho and Harold Ross. Oh, 1, I'm sorry, Patricia Camacho.
No further nominations.
Harold Roth. Is he already nominated?
I thought he was.
No.
Didn't you nominate Harold Roth?
No, he
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have 3 people to be interviewed, Patricia Camacho, Dean D. McKelly, and Harold Roth. I'm sorry, we missed 1, didn't we? I started down at the beginning.
No further. No,
we missed 2, yeah.
I was going for Harold Roth.
Okay, Harold Roth. Got everybody else's? Okay. Same people that I mentioned before are to be interviewed. Human Services Commission. This commission provides advisory recommendations to staff and the City Council on human services priorities and programs and makes recommendations on funding allocations for a variety of funds including Scottsdale Cares, CDBG, HOME, and human services allocations of emergency and general funds. There are 11 applicants for 1 vacancy. The applicants are Susan Benton, Barry Brooks, Effie Carlson, Michael Seal, Julie Iacobelli, Ronald King, Virginia Cordy, Katerina Mena, and Enid Seiden, Dustin Thomas, and Ann Worth. So I'll now entertain nominations for the 1 opening on this commission, and we'll start with Councilman Littlefield. We'll start with you again. How's that?
I'm feeling love.
Pardon me, Mayor and Councilman Littlefield, I couldn't hear.
None.
Mayor?
They started with Bob and none from Bob.
Mayor?
Enid Snyden.
Virginia Cordy.
Barry Brooks.
Michael Sell.
Councilwoman Nelson?
None, thank you.
None?
No further.
No further? Okay, so the people to be interviewed are Barry Brooks, Michael Sile, Virginia Cordy, and Eden Seiden. Next is the Park and Recreation Commission. This commission advises the City Council on the acquisitions of lands and facilities for use as parks or recreation centers and on the operation, use, care, and maintenance of these parks and recreation areas. There is one opening on the Parks and Recreation Commission, and there are 6 applicants. The applicants are Joel Bramowith, Eugene Defoe, Robert Walt Johnson, Bonnie Carson, Barry Shanahan, and Ann Worth. So I'll now entertain nominations for one opening on the Parks and Recreation Commission. We'll start with the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I nominate Joel Bramowith.
I'll nominate Eugene Defoe.
I nominate Bonnie Carson.
Ann Worth.
Councilwoman?
No further.
Councilman?
No additional.
Councilman Littlefield? No more? Okay. So we have 4 people that will be interviewed for this position, and that is Joel Bramowith, Eugene Defoe, Bonnie Carson, and Ann Worth. Next is the Scottsdale Pride Commission. This commission advises the City Council of ways to involve its citizens in preserving and enhancing the city's environment and the quality of life of the citizens. It's a working commission with hands-on involvement with the community, holding events and working directly with the citizens. There is one opening on the Scottsdale Pride Commission, and there's one applicant. The applicant is Susan Rubel, who's asking for reappointment. I'll now entertain nominations for the one opening on the Scottsdale Pride Commission.
This is a tough one. Susan Weibel.
No further. I think we don't have any others to nominate. So we'll have one person that will interview in July, and that'll be Susan Rubel. And finally, there's the Transportation Commission. This commission advises the City Council on matters relating to the safe and efficient movement of vehicles, transit, pedestrians, and bicycles. The commission provides a public forum to hear citizens' complaints and requests regarding transportation matters. There's one opening on the Transportation Commission. There are 6 applicants. The applicants are David Cox, Rosemary Girardi, Russell Colesrud, Donald Maxwell, who's asking for reappointment, Stephen Olmstead, and Ann Worth. I'll now entertain nominations for the one vacancy on the Transportation Commission. We'll start with Councilwoman Borowski.
Donald Maxwell.
Councilwoman?
No further.
None?
No further.
No.
No further.
No further.
No further. So we will interview Donald Maxwell in July for the position on the Transportation Commission. This concludes our nomination process this evening. City staff will contact those who were nominated and provide them with additional information about the interview process. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all who applied to serve on a citizen advisory board or commission. Even if you were not nominated, your application will remain on file for 1 year for consideration at a future date if there are additional vacancies. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll now return back over to our final item on the regular council meeting item, and that's item 44, and that's retirement incentive program. Mr. Washburn, are you and Mr. Smith to speak toward this? And it is at the request of Councilman Littlefield to adopt Resolution 8383, directing the city treasurer to withhold payment at this time of the invoice received from the Arizona State Retirement System for increased costs purportedly arising from the Retirement Incentive Program, and directing the city's attorney office to provide advice to the council regarding the city's possible recourse to mitigate the cost of the city of the Retirement Incentive Program. Councilman Littlefield.
Well, this one's pretty simple. The city treasurer had already made the point that he was going to not pay the invoice to the ASRS or the interest on that invoice until they gave him some more information. And then when the audit came out of the program last week, there was certainly more than enough evidence in there that maybe this just wasn't an example of incompetence or sloppiness. There's a possibility that there might actually be some self-dealing, and in light of that fact, I believe that in addition to holding off on paying the invoice until the state gives us the information that the city treasurer asked for, I believe we should not pay any more money until after the city attorney has completed his investigation of this to see if there maybe isn't some opportunity for us to recover some of this money, and I would rather not pay it out than have to get it back. And that's why I'm doing this, and I think just to save time, I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 8383.
Second.
Motion has been made to adopt Resolution 8383 and has been seconded. Does the second like to speak toward it? Not necessary. We do have a request to speak on it. Councilman McCullough.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the objective and the spirit of this. I'm just wondering, is this, in your opinion, the way to go about this? I mean, if they provide you with an explanation, and I'm talking to you, Mr. Smith, with an explanation of why the documentation necessary to justify the figure they billed us for. If you get that, then is there a reason we wouldn't pay this rather than incurring an 8% interest charge on it? And then attempting to pursue and amend. And I heard what Councilman Littlefield said, and I can sympathize with anybody who has tried to get money back from the government, or in this case the pension plan. But I don't know if withholding the payment when they have finally justified the invoice amount is necessarily the way to go about it.
Mayor Lane, Councilman McCullough, members of council, we certainly would not pay the invoice until we had supporting documentation, as was pointed out. We will be working also with the city attorney following to determine what his recommendation will be. I think your resolution seeks some clarification from him by July 7 of what alternatives we may have. So I would expect that all of this will come together more or less at the same time if we get some supporting information from the ASRS Retirement Services. We obviously have received nothing yet. I think if we, I'll speculate and go where you were going with your question, I think if we do get supporting documentation that we are somehow satisfied with, either to justify the $5.2 million or to justify a lesser number, which we think it perhaps should be. If we do get satisfied and Mr. Washburn has not finished his analysis, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to still hold up on the payment, even incurring 8% annual rate of interest, just in the interest of making sure that we pay the right amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCullough. Councilman Acton.
I pretty much had the same comment, and I think the only thing that didn't come out, what you're talking about, if I remember correctly, is about $1,000 a day if we don't pay this, if they say we owe the full amount, for example, the $5 million too. Is that correct,
Councilman Acton, that is correct. That's what the 8% equates to.
I think we should delay making the decision on this until we know more about it in terms of on July the 7th. And at that point in time, I think we probably won't have enough facts from the city attorney at that point, but it would have an influence on my decision. If we're delaying the payment of $2.5 million versus $5 million, that's a big difference. It cuts it down to $500 a day, okay? So I'd like to wait and see where we go with that. Thank you.
Okay, the motion and the second is on the table. We do have a further comment from Councilman Littlefield.
No, let's just vote.
I think then we're prepared to vote on the motion to adopt Resolution 8383 as indicated. Those in favor, please indicate by aye and register your vote.
Aye.
Those opposed with a nay and register your vote.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilman Acton opposing. We have no, that completes that item. Thank you all for participation on that. We have no public comment. There's no mayor and council items. I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. We are then adjourned. Thank you all very much.